Well, welcome everybody to the IURC Summer Reliability Forum. We're glad to have everybody back with us today. I think we're living through the most dynamic period of time in energy policy, change, implementation in the history of electricity being used. And so this is an incredible opportunity for our commissioners, our staff, the Utility Consumer Counselor's Office to hear directly from the RTOs and the energy generators, the distribution companies on how they're prepared for this upcoming summer. We are streaming, obviously, so this is open to the public via the stream, and we've also included in the invitation legislators and other policymakers to be aware of what we're doing today. So we're very appreciative of everybody's time and opportunity, and I'm not going to make a big, long speech, but I do have a couple of housekeeping announcements. For those that will be with us for a while, the bathroom code. So, okay, the bathroom is across the hallway, is 0124. And I know I'm announcing this to the greater world that may be listening to us streaming, but if you do come later in the day, 0124 is the bathroom code, and you may feel free to get up and leave at any point in time. We are on kind of a tight schedule in terms of the presentation. Some of them are, most of them are in person. Some of them are being streamed today. And so I appreciate everybody's willingness to stick with us on the time and schedule. Commissioners will probably have some questions. Technical staff will probably have some questions. And Bill and Anthony are sitting down here from the Consumer Counselor's Office, along with others. They may have some questions as well. So let's just try and be mindful of everybody's time. And with that, I think we're ready to get started. Do we have PJM and Kevin Hatch online? And Jill Gates, it looks like, as well.
Hi, good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jill Gates from PJM's Government Services. Thanks for allowing PJM to participate in Indiana's Summer Reliability Forum. Representing PJM today is Kevin Hatch, PJM's Senior Manager of Dispatch. And Kevin, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Jill. And good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for having PJM today. We're looking forward to this opportunity to talk about our seasonal assessment for the upcoming summer. And could you just verify that you can hear me okay and that you can see the slides?
Yes, we can.
We can see them. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. So yes, my name is Kevin Hatch from PJM Interconnection. I work in system operations with our dispatch team, where we are responsible for the real-time operations of the PJM power system. So I'll start to go through the slides and be happy to take any questions. So the first slide that we have is our 2024 summer capacity projections. So we like to call this our waterfall chart. And from a starting point, we have our 50-50 non-diversified load of approximately 158 gigawatts. That's our 50-50 forecast. And then our 90-10 diversified load forecast is just shy of 165 gigawatts. These are very conservative load forecast estimates from our planning teams. As comparison, last summer, our peak was 147 gigawatts. But of course, from a planning perspective, we always like to be very proactive. We always like to look out to be conservative with our forecasts. So as we look from the left, we do have an installed capacity in the PJM system of just shy of 183 gigawatts at 182.5. Of that installed capacity, the cleared capacity and FRR capacity is 173 gigawatts. As we move further down, we have statistical analysis of the discrete generator outages, which is 13.9 gigawatts. That's a rolling average of what we would typically see on a peak summer day. I just would like to mention for outages on the generation system, we're looking at them very far in advance, very well aware of what outages will be. This is primarily forced outages. Any type of maintenance outage, we essentially, during the summer periods, do not allow them unless they need to be done in an emergency. And if they are, we have procedures such as maintenance outage recalls that enable us to be able to get units back from maintenance outages. Our net scheduled interchange that we have projected based on data is 5 gigawatts. Of that net interchange, there's a portion that's firm interchange and non-firm. So if we were in any type of capacity emergency, we can recall a portion of that interchange that would be exporting to our neighbors. And then one of our capacity emergency procedures is called load management that can be implemented. You may recall we implemented load management during Winter Storm Elliott in December of 2022. So that is a capacity emergency procedure that we have. We do have testing in place for it and verification that'll operate as needed. So as we go down the chart and we factor in our operating reserve requirement of 3.5 gigawatts, that gives us a reserve margin of just shy of 3,000 megawatts. So that's assuming that we had the 90-10 diversified load and the assumptions with the discrete generator outages, net interchange, and then implementing load management. So we continue on through our projections, and we like to say, through what-if scenarios. As we do with operating the power grid, is we always operate to an N-1 condition. We also like to assume what-if scenarios such as, what if we had low solar or no wind? Certainly, as we start to transition to more and more renewables, we do like to forecast for what the system will look like if we were in a projection where we had no wind or low solar. Keep in mind, if we had low solar, that would probably mean that storms were coming across the system. So we most likely would not have as high of a load. The load would be, consumer demand would be decreased from temperatures moderating, but we still like to look at that from a worst case scenario. And same inputs into the chart, except as you can see, once we project in that low solar, no wind scenario, our reserve margins are deficient by approximately 2.5 gigawatts. The next scenario is we like to look at what if we had an extreme generator outage scenario, if there were higher outages than were anticipated based on the rolling averages from the previous summers. So as you can see, the change on this chart looks at an extreme generator outage of 20 gigawatts. Net interchange is the same, and then that puts us with a reserve margin deficiency of approximately 3.2 gigawatts, so approximately 3,000 megawatts. And then similar, this is a scenario where we go back to discrete gen outages based on the rolling statistics, and the change with this is the gas electric largest contingency. So we do have contingencies that we can activate based on any type of credible threat or any type of extreme damage to a pipeline. We do have data for how many generating stations are fed off of one pipeline, and we do monitor that largest contingency. One caveat that I would like to mention for the 4.8 gigawatt reduction that you see for the gas electric largest contingency is that does not assume units that are dual fuel and can switch to a secondary fuel if they were to lose their natural gas supply. A good portion of the combined cycles and natural gas combustion turbines that we have on our system do have the ability to operate on dual fuel. But under worst case scenario, that would, after the load management was all implemented, would put us at a reserve margin of negative 2 gigawatts deficiency. So that's what I have for our capacity projections. On the next slide, we'll look at a holistic map where we have our generation and transmission projects. But before I navigate to that slide, is there any questions? And certainly, Chairman, as you were indicating with questions, I can hold questions to the end or take them throughout the presentation, whichever you and the commission prefer.
We will chime in when we feel a question. If not, you may go ahead.
Okay, very well. Yeah, please feel free to stop me if there's any questions. Okay. So this is the generation and transmission projects, as you can see, and it's spread across our RTO. PJM, as you know, we have a 15-year 15-year planning horizon. So you can see throughout the RTO, most of the projects coming in, as you can see, indicated by the circles on the slide, are mostly on the smaller scale. And in the past, we may remember seeing larger combined cycles coming in. Now we're much more of the integrated renewable resources of the in that between that 10 and 325 megawatt range. We are having a fairly significant transmission upgrades to be able to accommodate the system and the changing of the system. You can see some of the larger ones, in the Broadford area of American Electric Power, their transmission system enhancements. We also have some in the Carrollton area. That's really in Allegheny Power portion of the system. And then there's also some in the ComEd area and AEP with Riverside and Twin Branch. But this is just a very holistic slide. There's certainly a lot more to it, just a very high level overview of the overall work through our system. So when we look at our OATF study, which is the Operational Analysis Task Force study, this is a study that's put together in coordination with all of our 27 transmission owners. So the load forecast that's used for the 50/50 non-diversified peak, as we're looking at in the waterfall charts, is 158 gigawatts. We used the 4,000 megawatts exporting, and you may recall from the past chart we had 5,000. So we used a pseudo tie adjustment of 1,000. That's why 4,000 is used on this. And then with all these numbers, we had no transmission system reliability issues identified. Certainly in the study, we do see congestion. That congestion is able to be managed through congestion mitigation procedures such as switching solutions and off-cost congestion management. So redispatching generation to be able to control. So as we walk through our 50/50 peak load study results, as I said, no reliability issues identified. We did require redispatch, and all network transmission voltage violations were controlled by either placing capacitors in service, reactors out of service, or moving load tap changers. These are just the sensitivity studies that we ensure that the system will be reliable. We do run N-1 relay trip conditions. We have extensive coordination with our neighbors within PJM, certainly Northeast Power Coordinating Council, which covers New York, MISO, Tennessee Valley Authority, and BayCar in the Carolinas. So we certainly have external contingencies that can impact reliability. Certainly, as we all have an interconnected system, we need to be aware of that. The maximum credible contingency analysis, an example of that is the gas pipeline contingencies that we identified. Other examples of max cred contingencies are, as we may be aware of, like geomagnetic disturbance impacts. We do have max creds for those as well. We run sensitivity studies for solar and wind, transfer interface analysis for our interconnected reliability operating limits, and then the Baltimore Pepco import capability. That's one of the load pockets on our system. So we ensure annually that we can import the appropriate generation into that area for reliability. And all results were sufficient in our case, and we had no reliability concerns.
So, Kevin, if I could interrupt just real quickly. So you've done the sensitivity
Please.
on this in the high case where wind and solar were having troubles. You have no concerns over meeting the needs that the RTO would have this summer over with the increased intermittent resources being on.
Yes. So yes, thank you for that question. So I wanted to cycle back to that slide just so that we can look at it. So with this slide, giving all of the scenarios, if we, these are assumptions where we did have the 90-10 diversified load. We did have all of our net interchange out. We did have all of the discrete generator outages of approximately 14 gigawatts. If we were to lose all of the wind and low solar, which is approximately 5.4 gigawatts, our reserves would be short. I just would like to caution that this is an extremely conservative estimate, given it's based off the 90-10 diversified load. So as we know across the PJM system, where as an example, we have two different time zones. So every control zone in the PJM area does not peak at the same time. That's assuming that all areas would peak at the same time, an extremely hot day. And if we did have that scenario, some of the actions that we would be taking are reducing our off-system sales through this 5,000 megawatts that would be reduced. This 14,000 megawatts, that of course that's a variable, that's an average. That would be reduced as well through maintenance outage recalls, generator startup notifications. We'd be in a max emergency action. But with all these scenarios met, in the worst case scenarios, we would be projecting a 2.5 reserve margin deficiency.
Well, and I
The
don't
other
wanna-
variables,
Kevin, if I could interrupt real quickly, because we did have, I think it was 2 winter storms ago, where there was a general call for reduction and conservation. And it was our understanding that our utility that's in PJM and their customers responded very well to those. So that's essentially an insurance for that particular scenario that you're talking about, is to actually going to customers and asking them to voluntarily reduce. Correct?
yes, yes, you are correct with that. So you're right. During Winter Storm Elliott, PJM lost approximately 47 gigawatts of generation. And you're right, the actions that we took was we implemented our load management and we went out with consumer appeals, and that helped to keep our system reliable. So as we remember from that scenario, we did not have to implement any load shed actions. The highest emergency procedure that we went into was our load management and reduction of consumer appeals, requests for conservation. And the other thing too that I would like to mention that we have as an option. So we evaluate this 5,000 megawatts going out, but it's a great example that you brought up during Winter Storm Elliott, where in the PJM system, our footprint was essentially very frigid and very cold. Our neighbors to the north of us for New York, they were cold, but certainly not as frigid. So we actually had interchange coming into PJM during that period. So this net interchange number can actually, PJM as an interconnected area can also receive interchange from the neighbors as well. But you are correct. We certainly saw a great amount of relief from consumer appeals and load management that was implemented. Okay, so if no other questions there, I'd be happy to take any if there is. I'll go to our energy transition slides.
Kevin, this is Commissioner Valletta. I just want to keep us on schedule. So if we could go to slide 13.
Thanks, Commissioner. Sure, I'm at slide 13.
Thank you. I specifically want to ask about data centers. And under the normal course, the base residual auction is held 3 years in advance of the delivery year. And it looks like data centers can develop in a shorter than a 3-year time frame. So how does the PJM capacity construct deal with the data center growth that develops between the base residual auction and the delivery year?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, that's a great question. And you're right, that is one of the challenges and risks that we have with data centers as they're integrating into the system. And how PJM would navigate through that challenge is through incremental auctions that are performed. So you're correct with the 3-year auctions that we have, but we always have the ability to perform incremental auctions if needed. So certainly these are forecasts, and it's what PJM's looking at. Certainly as a worst case scenario. We're always doing a backcast. So each year annually, we're looking at what the forecast was projected to be. Then we're looking back to see what we actually received in data center growth. And if that's higher than expected, we can then do the incremental auctions as needed.
So for the AEP states that have the FRR component, how is that FRR trued up then for these unexpected large load growths that pop up?
So, Commissioner, I think that's a good question. I don't have the specific data by zone, but I'd be happy to get that and get back to you and the rest of the commissioners.
Thank you.
Sure, I appreciate that question. So yeah, thank you for that question. And yeah, so this slide, it does show the electrification adjusted for data centers. On the following slide, I do have the specific data center load growth that is projected within AEP. If no other questions on this slide, I'll go to that. But I just think it's important to note, you know, right as we're in 2024 and then the projected load growth with what we're anticipating. So this is the AEP zone data centers. So right now in 2024, we're just shy of 1,000 megawatts. And then the commissioners, you noted too, the growth was projected in the forecast, but certainly the data centers can connect quicker than anticipated. I would note too, through our planning process, certainly to connect the data center, there's a lot of coordination and a lot of transmission build out that's required. We're going through right now a living study with one of the utilities on our system, Virginia Electric Power, Dominion. They have a very large growth of data centers in Loudoun County, Virginia. Last year alone, there was 933 megawatts that were built on the system through data centers. And Dominion's currently going through a very extreme transmission build out. So for the data centers to be built, the transmission system does need to be adjusted to be able to accommodate the data centers being connected. So certainly to your point, it can occur very quickly, but certainly PJM is aware of the data centers coming in through the viable means of the transmission system needing to be upgraded.
Yeah,
So
Ken,
obviously this work.
I apologize for interrupting you, but when you look at the amount of energy that those data centers are going to require, I'm just curious throughout your footprint if you know how many of them are specifically saying that they need to have renewables providing all that energy?
I'm not sure if we've received direct feedback from the data centers for the specific requirement for how the energy would be procured. Some of them do have purchase agreements for renewable resources, but specifically where PJM is looking at it from the capacity and
I realize that.
reliability.
I recognize that you might not know that, but I was just curious if you did.
So, yeah, thank you. It's a good question. And I can certainly take note of that and see if we can provide any additional information. Thanks. And so, yes, so on one of the previous slides, and this is the last slide that I have, and it's followed by the appendix. But on this slide is where we have our balance sheet that really looks at the energy transition that we have throughout PJM. So as you can see, through 2023 out through 2030, where the thermal resources are decreasing on the system, renewables are increasing. The gray for DR is the demand response. That's what we're looking at in the waterfall chart, which is around 7,500 megawatts. That could fluctuate through the auctions as they occur. And then the shaded gray area is the high new entry capacity, where it looks at as we go through the planning cycles and planning phases where we see what our high and low entry capacity could be. And just the one thing that we always like to point out is with the high new entry capacity, which I know we're all very well aware of the renewables, we need to be aware of what the nameplate capacity is versus what the expected capacity factors are for wind and solar resources. And that's how we calculate in the balance sheet. But I do appreciate the questions that we received. Thanks for having PJM. I will get some more information for the FRR portion of AEP for the data centers, and then also if there's any data centers that are specifically requesting power to be supplied via renewable resources. But if there's any other questions I can follow up on or any additional information, I'd be happy to do so. Our appendix that we have for your review is just, we just wanted to provide you slides to be able to review for Winter Storm Jerry and Heather that we had this past winter. where we operated the system very reliably through the challenging cold periods. So certainly be happy to take any questions, but want to be respectful of your schedule as well.
Kevin, thank you very much. I'm just looking at the commissioners. I don't think we have any more commissioner questions. Bill or Anthony, any questions from the OUCC? And Brad, I'm sorry to pick on you, but any questions from staff? All right. Jill, Kevin, thank you very much for your presentation today. We very much appreciate our relationship with PJM and this ongoing update about summer reliability. Thank you very much. With that, I think I'll go ahead and keep us on schedule and turn to MISO, obviously headquartered here in Indiana with a secondary operation in Minnesota. But we have our own Bob Koosman, former state representative, who will be making a presentation. Bob, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Bob Koosman, Executive Director of the Central Region. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the commission here.
Bob, if you could just bring it a little closer, because the
You
only
got it.
way that people
Yeah, I know.
we can
I've
hear
never
you
been told
just
I talk
fine.
softly.
It's the streaming folks that
Yep.
they'll only hear you.
No problem. Hopefully that's a little bit better. And I will wait to the presentation. But before the presentation comes up, first, I want to thank Commissioner Freeman for her hard work at OMS and also chair of our AC that interacts with our board. It's a very important position, and she does it extremely well. And I also want to thank not only the staff at the IURC for working with MISO, but I'd like to for sure call out Steve Davies and Dave Johnson for the hard work that they put in our stakeholder process. Without their input and knowledge, we wouldn't be able to move the things forward that we have to do in this changing resource mix and times that we're all going through. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. I hope I can work this slide deck. I'm hitting the right button, I think. Thought I could. Yep. I'm calling in a friend. Right here.
It was not turned on.
I don't have an IT degree, so okay, I'll move on. So thank you very much. Everybody has seen this slide. I won't spend much time on it. I included it just for the people that may be attending through the WebEx or Zoom. I'll go to this slide real quick. I think Commissioner Freeman has seen this when Midwest Governors Association made a presentation along with MISO. Just a quick look at state rates. Some of this data we will have updated. It's 2022 data, but you can see Indiana is below the MISO average and the US average in retail rates. And you can see the retail sales with pretty heavily in industry, and that continues to be the trend. And you can take a look at what our installed capacity is and what our energy production is throughout our footprint. So as we move forward here, my first thought was to say MISO is ready and its members are ready and prepared for this summer. MISO expects a hot summer and an active hurricane season. Obviously, the South is part of MISO, and we expect a pretty rough hurricane season. We always like to talk about the expected risk. A hotter summer is expected across the entirety of the MISO footprint. A developing La Nina weather pattern will allow for hotter conditions in July and August across the whole Eastern Interconnect, but May and June also may pose a threat for heat waves across MISO. That will affect, and PJM talked a little bit about the net schedule interchange. Obviously, our relationship with PJM and SPP are wonderful, and we work with them as we as these conditions present, weather conditions present across all of our footprints in the Eastern Interconnect. The other expected risks are relatively less wind. Solar in right now, solar in service, which is about 6 to 7 gigawatts that we have now in MISO. And we are concerned about the net schedule interchange. If the heat sits over both PJM and MISO, can we move power back and forth as needed? And obviously, we work close with SPP. How do we mitigate those risks? I mean, that's what you really want to hear about. Obviously, lessons learned from the previous summer extreme heats. Most importantly, coordination with MISO and its members and its neighboring RTOs. And also, one of your questions that you asked me to answer was, MISO believes the seasonal resource adequacy construct cleared adequate capacity, including LMRs and generation needed for the summer months. I'll go to the next slide, just what we talked about, the seasonal high where it sits right over the PJM and MISO. Although if you look to where the wind and others, it may not be as quite as hot in Minnesota. And that's the best thing about being an RTO. It's like a mutual insurance policy. So it spreads the risks throughout the 15 states and Manitoba Hydro. A little bit of precipitation. The northern half, probably not as normal. We're a little bit above in the southern half. As we have seen sort of with the storms in the last couple days, moving to the south rather than up towards Indianapolis and northwest Indiana. So let's talk about what we predict. MISO projects sufficient capacity under probable demand, but we'll have to rely potentially on LMRs and operating reserves to meet some high demand scenarios. The summer season, MISO expects above normal temperatures and active hurricane season as a system-wide peak demand of around 123 gigawatts, most likely in July, which is on par with peak loads we've seen in the recent summers. Results show that MISO could meet both the probable and high scenarios under the expected system operational performance. However, under high load and high outage scenario, MISO must lean on the non-firm or active demand management. In all of MISO is expected to enter emergency procedures to gain access to the load modifying resources that have cleared in our PRA. So we could take a look at this chart, and it's sort of an eye chart, and I apologize for that. But if you look at the blue lines, it looks purple on the screen. That is what cleared in our local planning resource auction, or PRA. And you can see the probable line demand of 50-50. That's what we suspect the load to be. As I talked about, the green line is if there is higher than average temperatures and higher than normal outage that we see in June, July, and August. So you can see on the left-hand side, we'll walk over through that and see the offered capacity compared to the cleared capacity, and we're good there. The rest is the LMRs and operating reserve. So June won't be a problem, and if the load is normal and we have a normal summer, you see that we don't dip into those operating reserves. But as you move into July and into August, it could get a little tighter, and we may need to utilize LMRs. I'll stop there real quick if anybody has any questions. So another waterfall chart that I thought it was important to bring forward is that the MISO footprint showed approximately a 30% decrease in surplus, but have still remained adequate. And I can walk through this chart very quickly. If you look on the left-hand side, that was our 2023 surplus. You can look to see the next one is our new capacity that we added, roughly 3,895 megawatts. Increased accreditation. As you may remember, MISO has filed not only one, but two accreditation filings with FERC. One was utilizing Schedule 53 for the gas and coal and hydro, and you can see that the increased accreditation numbers went up. But some of the units didn't perform as maybe they should have performed. So they decreased in their accreditation. And we also added retirements, which is a large, once again, we see the increased retirements of coal across our footprint. Increased PMR, risk going up, and then the reduced external offers, meaning those offers may have been generators that sit outside of MISO that may not have offered into this last PRA. And you can see our surplus is at 4,624 megawatts for this year. Just a quick eye chart. Obviously, Zone 6 demonstrates sufficient capacity in the 2024 planning resource auction, and you can see the prices and how the seasonal approach works for each season. I'm going to go ahead and skip this slide and come right back to it. I thought it's imperative to show the commission what we see in our generation interconnection queue. And this is the queue prior to our last run that we just had that closed a couple weeks ago, and I'll address that on the next slide. But you can see our total active queue is 225 gigawatts. 30.7 gigawatts of those are in Indiana. However, what's still puzzling MISO and a little concerned as we see resources retire is still that 50 gigawatts of signed interconnection agreements, but not constructed. And you roughly have 6.8 of those gigawatts sitting here in Indiana. It may be supply chain, it may be other issues that have caused that. But I thought I would just bring that to your attention that a lot of people point to the MISO queue as a potential problem, but we are sitting at 6.8 gigawatts of GIs that have been signed but not constructed here in Indiana.
And Bob, do you know off the top of your head of that queue process, what percentage of those in the queue are represented by our regulated utilities through either self-build, power purchase agreement, build transfer, whatever it might happen to be, or some of the other generators in our state versus those in the wholesale market that are going to operate exclusively in the wholesale market?
Yeah, we probably don't have many IPPs in Indiana on this, but they probably are PPAs. I can check to see that and get that information back to you if I can disclose the owners of those on that. So I'll be happy to follow up with you on that question. The next chart is sort of the new queue that just was completed. We had total 600 requests just in this last 2.5 months of open, and an additional 123,805 megawatts entered the queue. In Indiana, you see you had 73 requests of 15,555 megawatts, and 19% of that is natural gas. That is on top of any type of replacement generation that you will see. This is new generation that needs needs to go through the queue. So I just thought I'd give you a sort of a scenario of what you foresee here in Indiana.
Bob, I think there was a slide that showed Zone 5 and that there was a shortage in Zone 5 in the fall and the spring. Can you elaborate on
Was it this slide?
slide 9?
Slide 9.
Yeah, can you
Oh, yeah.
explain
Sure.
a little bit what's going on in Zone 5?
Yep, Missouri. So happy to, going to spend a lot of time in Missouri, as you can probably see. There are two parts of our auction. One is the local clearing requirement, or LCR. That says you must have so much generation located within that zone. And then you have what we refer to as the PRMR, which you can utilize from your local clearing requirement up. You can use external resources to meet that PRMR. In Zone 5, that area did not meet its local clearing requirement, which sent the zone to cone in both the fall and the spring. A couple things that had caused that is that there is a roughly 1,200 megawatt coal plant that the EPA and the Department of Justice have worked out an agreement to close. They had load growth with new other generation, which drove their local clearing requirement up, and no new generation. So those are some of the factors that caused the Zone 5 to meet the cost of new entry. A very interesting point to that is that if we didn't have the seasonal approach or the 4 seasons, they would have reached cone in all 4 seasons. But because MISO broke it down in seasonal, it only affected them in 2 of the 4 months. That's why the price looks a little different because we count cone minus the days that they would meet that during the spring and the fall seasons. Hopefully I answered your question. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you, Bob, for being here. What effect, what potential effect might that have on the ratepayers?
Better question to ask to the utilities, depending on how they.
There's 2 of them there, right?
Those are the 2 listed that are the regulated utilities, I believe. I can't see that far. Yeah, probably. Some utilities are not regulated, and I don't know how that will affect the munis, the co-ops, and others. A better question, I can't give you actual who was injured and who was not. I'm not allowed to do that because that could give bidding policies away. There'll be more details that I'm sure Steve and Dave will get as we dig into more of the reasons as we do resource adequacy subcommittee meetings coming up. It depends if they were covered or not covered. That'll be down to the fact, and that's up to each utility to decide.
Did this issue, did somebody have a clear crystal ball that was showing them that this was going to happen?
I think, I hope so for their part. However, it reestablishes the message that MISO has been saying that we are continuing to see a lot of retirements across the footprint, and it potentially could have an effect.
The only retirements are in coal.
There's gas retirements also.
Are there?
Across the footprint, yes.
But coal generated this.
That is correct. That is correct. I hope I answer your question, but I don't know who exactly would be affected and what it would do to the ratepayers. Yes, will the rates potentially go up for some people? The answer is yes. What proportion that would be, I can't answer.
I'm concerned that this could happen in Indiana, and how much lead time do we have?
In Indiana Indiana utilities and this commission do a great job of planning for what generation they need in the future. And Indiana met their local clearing requirement. I don't have those numbers on that, but I'm happy to get those for you. I think the Indiana Commission takes resource adequacy very, very seriously, and so do our utilities that provide to our citizens here in Indiana. So I think just showing the new queue, the companies in Indiana understand the load growth and the need for more generation here in Indiana.
Got 5 more minutes, Bob, if you want.
I'm going to go really quick. I'm going to go back to this slide real quick. Just the reliability imperative. You can see what we have filed and what we are continuing to file. Accreditation is something big that we just filed. I want to thank OMS for their support and continue to hopefully get the support from the Indiana Commission. That is the beginning of the attributes and what resources that we see are needed to make sure the system is reliable.
Bob, if I could interrupt there, and I
Sure.
apologize. I know we as a commission issued a general administrative order coming up on 3 years ago now, requesting that all of our regulated folks come to MISO and come to PJM, because your responsibility is to move electrons throughout the footprint from Manitoba to the Gulf of Mexico. And we wanted to get your input on what you need to do your job in the spirit of cooperative federalism. You have that job, we have the resource adequacy job, and I think that we all take that very seriously. The question is, are we the only state that's asked you to do that, or asked for that kind of input, or are there other states that are asking for that kind of input?
As the person that's in charge of the central region, you are the only ones in the central region. Yes, you're the only ones in the central region as I go through my, all the commissions, yes. And we're happy
And if
to.
I could, real quick, I know you're going to get to this too. You've heard me harp on attributes, and we have spoken in several different forums about dispatchable characteristics is something that MISO has said that they're going to try and accomplish through the FERC. And we talked last winter reliability about that too. Could you provide us an update on where MISO is in whether it's attributes or scarcity pricing?
We are still working through scarcity pricing as we speak. I don't have the exact date of filing unless it's, yes, sometime in 2024 it's on that. Attributes is a continuing a saga at MISO, but I think we've set the parameters with that when we filed our accreditation filing last month. It shows that the accreditation of the assets we need at those risk hours, and they're going to get paid for those risk hours. So if they perform, they will receive their capacity payments, and their units will be able to receive full capacity based on what type of unit it is. A gas plant, if it performs at 98%, it's going to receive a lot more than something that doesn't perform as well. We did see that in some of the months, solar and wind will receive 2, 3, 4 capacities. So if you think about that as 100, and remember, MISO's fuel agnostic. So we'll take whatever anybody brings. We don't care, but we're sending the message, these are the assets that and what they're going to get accredited for in the time of need in those risk hours when we need it the most. So we will continue to work on the attributes, but our first big step was the accreditation filing that we just made. And that will take all resources in that. We look at past performance of those resources, and then we look at how those resources may perform in the future. So it's very important. Hopefully I answered your question, and I will stop talking now.
My recollection was you're going to have something before FERC in the spring of 2025 or the first quarter. Is that still the
Yes,
timeline?
that's still the timeline.
Okay, and you have 2 more minutes.
I'll just be really quick unless there's another commissioner question. Just to let you know, Tranche 1 projects are moving very quickly through the system. And JTIQ, we hope to have file cost allocation here in the end of Q2, beginning of Q3 to pay for those joint target interconnection queue projects. And finally, by Q3, Q4 of this year, we hope to file Tranche 2, our new portfolio of transmission, between 18 to 23 billion of new transmission that would be built. Thank you for allowing me to come present to the board, the IURC, and looking forward to continue to work with you in the future.
I'm just looking down the, any other commissioner questions on this side? David, do you have any questions? OUCC. Bob, thank you very much for the presentation. We appreciate the ongoing relationship with the Regional Transmission Organization and providing safe and reliable service on a 24/7 basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, the public. IMPA, come on forward. Jack, you've got several people with you today. And this is not an admonishment, but for those people who are only watching us via the stream, make sure that the green light is on, and you can pull those microphones real close to you. The only way that people who are streaming can hear you is if you're speaking in the mic. We might be able to hear you at the bench, but that's the way that they pick it up.
These are very similar to our
internet
board.
land.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And with that, I'll just turn the floor over to you.
We appreciate the opportunity to be here before you again today. We have our presentation for you, and if we can move to the agenda slide, we just have an overview. I also have Joe Schmidt, IMPA's Executive Vice President of Electrical Engineering and Generation, here today. He'll talk a little bit about summer preparedness, and Kyle Briette, IMPA's Senior Vice President of Planning and Market Operations, and he'll cover the resources and RTO pieces. So in review, I know that we've been here before. We're the wholesale provider for 60 municipal utilities in Indiana. We have one member in Ohio. We've been operating a little bit over 40 years in the state. We're created by statute, not-for-profit political subdivision of Indiana. We operate in both MISO and the PJM markets. So this is a map that shows all of our member locations in the yellow dots. We have our solar installations in the blue, and then the black are some of our power plants that we either jointly own or own and operate ourselves. We have the long-term mission statement of low-cost, environmentally responsible, and reliable power supply to our members. We serve approximately 350,000 members. Our financial strength is shown with our A1, A+ bond ratings and assets of $2 billion with revenues of $500 million. Moving on to our portfolio, like I mentioned previously, we do jointly own a number of these units that are listed here, but we also self-operate our combustion turbine peaking stations and solar. We jointly own the Gibson Station, Unit 5, with Duke and Wabash Valley Power. We jointly own Trimble County Units 1 and 2 with Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Utilities, and then the Illinois Municipal Electric Agency. Prairie State Energy Campus is we have 9 individual owners that are either municipal joint action agencies or co-op G&Ts. So it's all kind of a public power owned station. Whitewater Valley Station, IMPA operates that station that is owned by Richmond Power and Light, but we've taken that over in 2014 and do all the investment and operation and maintenance of that station. We use as a peaking unit. Our peaking stations that are natural gas fired and dual fuel, 5 of the 7 units are dual fueled. And on this one, I just wanted to mention that, you know, we're here to talk about summer readiness, and we're actually ready right now. We've been, it's an unusual, been an unusual year thus far for our peaking units, where April, which is typically mild month temperature-wise, we've been operating these units. For example, our Anderson station is a 39% capacity factor on peaking units. In April, that was 31 starts at that station. Highly unusual. We don't know if it's the new normal. We know gas prices are low right now, but is it an indication
Was Whitewater Valley
of reserve margins?
working too?
Whitewater Valley really hasn't had to operate. We operate that really more at the temperature extremes in the PJM market. Our CTs that I mentioned are PJM CTs that we've been operating so much at Richmond and Anderson. So we are ready. We've had to do that every day of the month in April. We have a PPA for the Alta Farm wind project that came on last summer. That's 75 megawatts, and we have our 50 solar parks that we self-operate throughout the state, with 4 under construction currently to add to that. And then we also own the joint transmission system with Wabash Valley and Duke, Indiana operates that. And with that, I will turn this over to Joe Schmidt to move on to the current power supply resources.
Yeah, so this slide shows our power supply fuel sources across our portfolio. This shows a present snapshot, but over time, our coal fuel dependence is decreasing and our renewables have been increasing slightly. And we do have a share of nuclear output with a contract that we have with AEP. Looking into our availability of fuel for the summer, for all of our coal-fueled stations, we do have 31 days of coal inventory on hand for those. Natural gas, we are relying on the
Sorry for
pipeline.
any transportation issues with coal supply?
We have not. Our Prairie State plant is actually
Mine mouth.
constructed.
It's right across the street.
I've said it was built on top of the mine, but that's not correct. It's adjacent to the coal mine, so we don't have transportation issues there. We have seen an improvement in transportation costs and availability recently with coal at our other stations as well. Natural gas, we are reliant on pipeline availability and local distribution companies, but in the summertime, that tends to be less of a concern than in the wintertime with pipeline constraints. The inventory, natural gas, national inventory is pretty high right now compared to historical 5-year average. One of the advantages we have with our peaker units at Anderson and Richmond, we've discussed here previously, but we do have, they are dual fueled. So we do have 60+ hours of fuel on hand so that if there were an issue with natural gas delivery, we do have generation capability with fuel we have on hand. And
Yeah.
those, at this time, we do have the tanks are full.
Joe or Jack, did those CTs running more than you expect? Does that create any operational challenges as far as like emissions limitations or anything like that?
So I'd say the first problem that it's causing is a personnel problem where we are staffed more to run in a 2 to 3% capacity factor annual. So we're really, this is probably too harsh, but beating the guys too hard. So that's been a problem, and we're working to address that right now. Emissions-wise, we do have fuel limits on these on an annual basis, so we're not really bumping into that. But if we do exceed certain thresholds on an annual, or there's a 3-year threshold for capacity factor, we would have to install additional emissions monitoring equipment that would be more like a SIMS, continuous emissions monitor, where we do calculated emissions and 5-year testing currently. So that could do that to us. With the current environmental rules that were released a couple weeks ago, they didn't address the existing combustion turbines, but they said that they're going to address that later. So, you know, we're kind of holding our breath to see, okay, what is that going to mean for peaking units? On the new unit side, with the 20% capacity factor limit for peaking units, yeah, you could run into that too. Does that help or answer?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And April's typically a shoulder month as well, and I know you were pointing that out. No call for outages during that period of time, so you were able to run.
That's correct. Yeah, we were able to run, but even with the outages in previous history, I think there's been enough reserve. And the RTO guys, they've already spoken today, but they would have more insight into what reserves that are there than we do. But still, the peaking units haven't been called like they have this year, and I just think it's indicative of the decreasing reserves, my opinion.
Jack, what is that? What's that done to your actual cost versus anticipated costs for April? Too early to tell?
So our fixed cost really wouldn't have changed due to this running. The variable cost, obviously, our expected fuel usage is gonna increase, but when you look at, we use the fuel, but we also get the revenue back from the market, so those should be a wash, or if there's a net margin, it would be very small. So cost-wise, we may have a little bit more of unplanned maintenance that we need to do when you run these units, say from 4 a.m. until past 11 p.m. at night, or you shut down for several hours in the afternoon and restart to come back on until that late night. You're going to have kind of maintenance items that pile up, and we actually had to take a 5-day maintenance outage this week because we were close enough that, you know, some of the sensors that needed replaced that were redundant, we may have had one that was failed, and if we had the second, we were kind of on that edge of having a unit trip if we had one more sensor fail in that type of a situation. So it's been more maintenance, but not probably material dollar-wise yet. And long-term maintenance, where you base it on a starts based for these units, this high number of starts will bring us to the long-term maintenance evolution quicker.
As Jack mentioned, our outages that we did have scheduled are planned to be completed by May 12th. Operations personnel, we are making schedule modifications as needed. We're also looking at our staffing levels going forward to see if we need to adjust those. In hot weather alert situations, we do staff the CT sites 24/7 so that we can respond quickly if we're called upon to operate. Also, during these times, we have heat stress training. It's just, you know, it's a little bit different than the cold. You know, the symptoms that you need to look for and the hydration requirements and that kind of thing, both for people at our plant and our line worker personnel. We have that training. And again, as Jack mentioned, our units are ready to run when called upon, if it's in April or if it's in June, July, or August. Water-related availability, addressing the questions regarding those. The combustion turbines are very low risk. They're low volume water users, and it's supplied by the local water utility. For the coal plants, we consider that to be a low risk. Makeup water is sourced from local rivers for the cooling towers, and each of those sites has a different source for that. Prairie State also includes a pond with a capacity to meet 30 days of plant water needs if the river level drops in that area.
Joe, may I interrupt for a second? Pollutant discharge permits. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're required to get those?
Yes.
Yeah. Any issues with obtaining those permits?
So I guess at the plants where we do have the NPDES permits, they have taken longer to get. We're not the operating entity, so we get updated on those types of things, but they've probably taken longer, you know, so you're kind of operating until you get the new permit, but it's not been an issue.
As we look at summer and even spring in Indiana, we need to be also concerned about severe weather events with our member utilities. IMPA does provide assistance to our members as needed in events where there is severe weather. We also have 16 or 15 member communities that we perform their maintenance and operation on their systems for our smaller, predominantly smaller communities. We provide that service. And then there's also a very strong mutual aid network among communities where our communities work closely with each other in times of need if there's severe weather events or widespread outages. That restoration process, obviously transmission interruptions are a concern. We try to communicate with our members whenever there are transmission outages, weather-related or not, to notify them of root causes and try to keep keep them up to date as to what's going on and identify areas on the system that need possibly more maintenance or repair. As that restoration continues, obviously safety is the first priority, both public safety and the safety of our line workers. So, we like to tell our guys there's, no job worth sacrificing their safety procedures to get done. And then as we go through that process, we focus on critical transmission and distribution system backbone elements, and then, as possible, restore critical loads in communities first, be that hospitals or water utilities or other utilities in the community. And then again, we work with, try to educate customers so that they're aware of what's going on and when they can expect restoration. Our communities do offer their customers a variety of support. They have budget billing and payment plans, energy efficiency assistance, and other local support. IMPA also has an energy efficiency program where we offer rebates for certain equipment. One of the key advantages of we feel of our municipals is their local presence in their community. So the people that operate and work at those utilities live in the community and they're invested in the community. And also the community knows where to get a hold of them and where to go if they need anything. Action alerts, we also send to our members in the case of if there needs to be load curtailment or if we're coming into an emergency situation, we send alerts to our members so that they're aware as we get those from PJM and MISO so they can act accordingly in their communities. There was also a question about workforce retirement challenges. Actually, at IMPA, over the last few years, our average age has gone down, but it is a challenge with retirement to find qualified people to replace.
That's not just because Raj retired, is it? I'm sorry.
Maybe that brought the average down a little bit, but he didn't act his age. He was young at heart. Yeah, and I will say this hasn't been, something we have to watch on age matters, but, the pool of applicants that have come forth has probably, changed that age trend a little bit lower. So that's been a good thing because we do have a lot of retirements that we went through. Probably it's cooled down after the last year and a half.
And as everyone has seen, we seek to attract high-level talent. So to do that, you have to offer competitive packages. So IMPA has an excellent benefits package. We offer tuition reimbursement to employees. Also being in a very technical field with our generation assets and line workers, it's highly technical training. So we offer extensive training to them as they operate and maintain our systems to ensure that they're qualified to do so, both in our solar fleet and at our combustion turbine sites. We also have an apprenticeship program where we offer training for linemen. It's a 4-year program that we train both in-house IMPA staff, but we also offer that to our members. If they have apprentices that they want trained, they can partner with us and have those people go through our training as well. Supply chain challenges, these have improved overall over the last 12 months, I would say, with poles and material hardware. We've seen those lead times come down a bit, and they're stabilized. Transformers are still a bit of an issue on the lead time. We saw that coming a couple years ago and have bolstered our inventory, so I think we're okay, excuse me, from both a pole-mounted transformer and pad-mounted transformer perspective. I think we have adequate inventory to make it through this lead time challenge. And then also on pad-mount transformers, that came down for a while, but seems to be trending up recently on supply of those.
So, Joe, trending up means it's getting worse?
Yes.
Do you recall, it's probably not a fair question, but if, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, and if you want to get back to me, that's fine. Do you recall the lead times pre-COVID for these items?
Uh,
I told you it was,
I would
it was
say-
unfair, so happy
No,
to.
I would say transformers, I felt like we were seeing in the 6 to 8 week time period typically.
Talking about, and now it's 52.
Yeah. Pad mount transformers, that 12-week lead time is probably about where it was.
And is this a manufacturing issue? I've asked this question before, and I apologize for not remembering, but is this a manufacturing issue?
I think there's a lot of components to it, partly manufacturer, partly them getting the materials, the raw materials that they need.
Which don't come from the United States.
Generally speaking, no. I think there's a couple places that, in the United States that produce the iron for the transformer cores. But then also demand has gone up considerably as well. So I think it's a contributing of several factors.
Thank you. 8 weeks to 52.
And that's this.
That's just not in, that's just not in the MISO, that's East Coast to West Coast.
Right, right. And that's just in the lead time. I won't talk about the actual, what's gone on with the price of the equipment. That's just in the time it
You're here a
takes
while
to
on that.
get it. Yeah.
All right. I don't want to take up any more time, but thank you.
At this point, I'll have Kyle take over with our capacity positions.
Thanks. So looking at our capacity position, our summer position on aggregate, we remain slightly long across the summer months as well as September. You can see there that we've broken it out into our own resources as well as contracted resources and then our solar as well. Kind of one thing to note is that our solar is a little bit of a bonus except for July. We do kind of dip into our solar resources, but in general, we have adequate capacity to meet our load obligation.
Why the drop, though? Did I miss?
So the drop from in September? So you have a little bit of drop in solar accreditation. You have a drop in load. You're a little bit lower load forecasted, so lower load
Solar's
obligation.
getting less accreditation in July?
No. So solar, if you look the third line down, your solar UCAP number, that's our solar accreditation, is the same across all 3 months of June, July, August. There's a small drop in solar.
Sorry, I'm talking about September.
Yes, there's a small drop in solar accreditation in September, which is kind of a natural because you have less sunlight hours there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is that one of the shoulder months?
Yes, so that we included September. So PJM considers September a summer month, whereas MISO's seasons, they split the summer into 3 months, and that's September's a fall season for them. So we threw it in there to kind of cover our bases across all the summer.
Did you say that
directed
that's
months.
that 89.2 is a conservative number? Or?
I think we'd call that kind of an expected number, and what we've seen historically, and kind of what the accreditation that MISO sets their fall accreditation to. So we have a mix of both, solar in both PJM and MISO. So it is an accreditation that is given to us by those markets.
Thank you.
Yep. Moving on, there's a few topics that we were asked to kind of talk about. So these next few slides are meant to kind of address those topics. One of those is kind of seasonal reliability, as well as in terms of renewable resources. So renewable energy is expected to be roughly 9% of our total generation from June through September. Summer isn't really a season where we see challenges with the renewable energy. So we don't really see the variability in renewables being that much of an issue for us. We also have a robust CT fleet, so that enables us to respond quickly to the changing system conditions, as we've seen in April, and we expected to see across the summer, that our CT generation will be able to act quickly in terms of the ramp down or a wind drought if that comes to it. Natural gas supply, as we mentioned, is adequate in the summertime, is less strained in the summer, so compared to winter, so we don't see any issues with running these CTs on natural gas. Long-term, we believe that there is value in owning and operating dispatchable generation. Our philosophy is to take a diverse portfolio approach to resource planning, and we continue to want to do that going forward. Talking specifically about the seasonal reliability construct in MISO and what our perspective is, as Bob just presented the seasonal prices. So we saw that summer remains higher compared to the low winter clearing prices. The shoulder pricing seems to be driven by the outage replacement rules, which is a little bit of, we feel like is a little bit of a mismatch. Zone 6 remains short capacity relative to its PRMR. As Bob mentioned, we met the local clearing requirement, but overall, we still need more capacity in Indiana, Kentucky. We feel that the external capacity imports have helped ease those shortage conditions, not only from across the MISO footprint, but as well as from other RTOs as well. Some of the challenges that we see is that short implementation timeline that MISO kind of pushed through has created an imbalance across seasons. So you have higher winter reserve margins coupled with little to no solar accreditation in those winter months. So that basically resulted in us needing to focus on winter reliability and winter capacity needs. We had a couple signed PPAs that, because of that change to the seasonal, has made us focus on winter capacity and left us kind of long in those coming summer months to basically plan for those winter months. Also, we see that the bilateral market is not very strong as far as offering seasonal bilateral capacity. The bilateral market that we see is still more of an annual construct than a seasonal construct. Speaking to MISO's 31-day outage replacement penalty, we feel that penalty is arbitrarily and excessively high. It kind of creates an incentives for a resource to compress needed maintenance to meet that 31-day window. So you may see that they're trying to take maybe a 35 or 40-day outage schedule and compress it down to 30 days to avoid those penalties. We feel that it could lead to artificially inflated clearing prices in those shoulder seasons, which we believe we have seen. And overall, it could affect system reliability in the long run.
So you would prefer a 35 or 40 day?
I think there is something to be said about if you have a unit on a planned outage for an extended period of time, it shouldn't be considered in the seasonal, in that season's capacity clearing. Again, I feel like MISO arbitrarily picked 31 days, and I'm not sure if we say 35 or 40, that is just another arbitrary number. So, in one hand, there's the number of days is kind of an arbitrary number. It's more of the penalty that they impose for taking outages has forced people to kind of meet and play with their rules that they've set. I hope that answers your question.
Well, yeah, I think so. Do you look at 31 days as being calendar days or work days?
It's calendar days. So and really MISO has broken it down into the hour equivalent too. So you're kind of given 31 free days to take an outage and to kind of get all your maintenance work planned in that 31 days. And if you have a large overhaul, obviously, if you're out for 80 days of a season, you shouldn't be counted as capacity in that season. But again, we feel that 31 days and the penalty associated with going past that 31 days is excessively high and does cause higher clearing prices in the capacity.
If you've got a unit that's offline for more than 31 days, let's say I think you use the 80 or something like that.
Yep.
And you bring it back on. Are you not contributing then to the grid once you bring it back online?
You are contributing to the grid. The point, I guess where we're kind of hung up is if you're in like a 40-day outage situation, so those 9 days that you're past those 31 days, you pay a penalty each day that is the auction clearing price plus cone for those 9 days. So that is kind of an arbitrarily excessively high penalty for taking an outage that you may need to be reliable to the system for the rest of the year. So that's what we're kind of hung up on is the level of the penalty associated with performing maintenance and planned outages.
One last question on your bullet point 1 in Zone 6. Does Kentucky need to bring on more capacity?
So there's a small part of Kentucky that's in the MISO system. Most of Kentucky is not in MISO, so we say Zone 6 is Indiana, Kentucky. So,
Can I jump in here real quick
Yes.
and ask a question? And maybe you said it and I fell asleep during this brief time. I hope not, but you pay the financial penalty
Yes.
under when you have an extended maintenance outage.
Yep.
How does that affect your unit accreditation going forward and over what time frame? Or is that still one of those things that remains to be understood?
So it doesn't affect the accreditation. It shouldn't affect the accreditation because you're in a planned outage, which is considered doesn't count towards your accreditation hit. The penalty will also directly be tied to the clearing price because the market monitor has allowed us to include the incursion of the penalty in that clearing price for the season. So if you have, again, a 40-day outage, you could ask to recoup that penalty in the clearing price, which then creates a higher capacity clearing price. Does that answer your question? Yep. Okay. So, did we skip a slide? No, we didn't. Okay, sorry. So some of the changes that we're monitoring on a forward-looking basis. MISO's unpredictable reserve margins. We've seen 2 seasonal constructs, and we've seen changes in those reserve margins, and those are set roughly 6 months before the auction for the upcoming planning year. So it's kind of a lack of long-term forecasted of that planning reserve margin that makes it difficult to plan for our load and resources going forward. MISO is changing their resource accreditation methodologies. A few years ago, it was under a traditional UCAP method. Since the seasonal, there's been the SAC, the seasonal accredited capacity construct that's affected accreditation, and they've just filed a direct loss of load accreditation, which is even different. So those kind of moving of the goalpost makes it different to know what our resources are getting credit for going forward. Also, the backlog generation interconnection queue. Recently, we just saw another delay in DPP schedules. So the queue that, the study process that they go through, they're continuing to delay the results of when those generation interconnections come out, which also makes it difficult to build new resources and then know what your network upgrade costs will be. On the PJM side, we'll call it a non-functioning capacity market. Obviously, there was a delay in kind of a recalculating of the 24-25 BRA, as well as their critical issue fast path process. There's some changes that are coming for the 25-26 and beyond planning years. So that's been kind of difficult to kind of keep track of. It kind of incentivizes capacity to leave the PJM market to find kind of greener pastures while PJM figures out what they want to do with their capacity market. Again, backlog generation interconnection queues in PJM, as well as the kind of on a daily basis, the electric gas coordination and ongoing CT operational challenges. As Jack mentioned, we've had a lot of runs with our PJM CTs in April, and with their scheduling of CTs, it makes it difficult to plan with our local gas utility on when we'll need gas and meeting their nomination schedules and aligning the gas markets with the electric markets.
I guess just to wrap it up, we would submit that we've made the preparations for summer. We have adequate fuel supply. Maintenance outages will be completed, and then we'll continue to do the additional checks during the season that we need to do based on what the weather's looking like and our situation is. So appreciate it. If you have any other questions, we'd be glad to cover them.
Jack and your team, thank you very much for your partnership and being with us today. We know you don't have to, but it gives us great insight as to what's going on in your member communities throughout the state. You're in touch with them on a daily basis, delivering power and helping them restore when needed. If there are any additional insights, on the RTO side of the equation, I hope you will feel free to give feedback to our team on an ongoing basis as you see problems and challenges that manifest going forward. We're all in an economic development umbrella of change, where especially as it relates to data centers and other kinds of high-use load. So any kind of insight that you guys have from that on an ongoing basis, we're very interested in hearing your perspective. Thank you very much. And I think, do we have any other questions? OUCC, no questions. Thank you very much, and we'll take a 5-minute recess, and the next up will be Centerpoint, which has a big team here. All right, well, welcome back to the Summer Reliability Forum, and next on the agenda is CenterPoint Energy. And I'll just, for purposes of moving along, turn it over to Richard Leger for purposes of introduction and presentation.
Good morning,
Sorry, Lori, I should have introduced you then.
No worries at all. No worries at all. Thank you for inviting us to speak with you this morning.
Oh, by the way, Lori, I'm sorry. I got to say this again. Bring the mics close to you. Make sure the green light is on if you're going to be making a presentation. Again, it's the only way for people who are streaming this to hear you. We can hear you just fine up here, but it's for internet land. Thank you.
That reminder, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce our team. We have Richard Leger, Senior Vice President over Indiana Electric, Shane Bradford, Vice President of Power Generation Operations, Amy Foles, Director of High Voltage Operations in Indiana, Natalie Hetty, Vice President of Strategic Business Growth and Engagement, and I'm Laurie Thornton, Director of Public Policy, Government and Regulatory Affairs. You will hear today that CenterPoint is prepared to meet our customers' needs this summer and to maintain reliability even in challenging circumstances. And as always, customer outreach and support are fundamental to our business.
Thank you for your time today, and as always, we do enjoy coming to talk about what we do to prepare for summer reliability. I won't spend a whole lot of time on this slide, won't belabor the point. We're a fully integrated utility in southern Indiana serving 150,000 customers, and we had nearly 4,400 gigawatt hours of retail sales in 2023. Before we jump into the prepared comments, I did want to give the commission and the folks out on internet land an update on the April 2nd storm. As many of you know, we had a pretty severe system that came through the Quad State area. It's the most tornadoes in a single event since October of 2013. We had approximately 19 tornadoes and a confirmed derecho as well. Specific to CenterPoint's territory, there were 7 confirmed tornadoes in our service territory. And as you saw earlier, our service territory is a very tight area, so we were heavily affected by this. Nearly 2,000 total tickets that we worked with, replacing over 250 poles and 90 transformers. We had nearly 26,500 customers out, but happy to say that we restored 96% of that within 66 hours, 99% in 90 hours, and we had the last customer back on 4/6. So that was a significant storm, and I think it only highlights the resiliency of our grid with the investments that we've made through TDISC. Before I turn it over, I do want to say we had some really great customer feedback. I won't read these comments for the sake of time, but what I will call your attention to is the gentleman on the right. He sent our linemen a very nice video thanking them for getting their power on so that he could watch his iPad. And then also his sister was in what you don't see here is his sister was in the video with him, thanking our linemen, and then also told his mother that she was pretty. So it was awesome. So with that, I will turn it over to Amy Foltz.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a great segue into our reliability initiatives. So on this first slide, we're going to just touch on some of the reliability initiatives that we feel are notable for this audience. First is the TDSIC 1.0, which we completed, a 10-year wood pole cycle inspection program, KEMI program with remediation efforts. We also have a worst performing circuit program, risk-based vegetation management program, distribution automation, proactive replacement of underground cable, as well as TDSIC 2.0. So I do want to go into a little bit of detail on a couple of these, specifically with TDSIC 1.0. So that was a 7-year program that we had in place that we did complete on budget, on time, at the end of last year. One of the programs that I'd like to highlight is just our transition from 4 kV. So we were able to get 4 kV out of our system. We got that to 12 kV now, which of course provides us a lot of good resiliency, good restoration, additional voltage there for our customers. Also, I would like to highlight the KEMI program. There's a little bit of a debate on whether that's KEMI or SEMI, but we're going to stick with KEMI. because it does stand for customers experiencing multiple interruptions. So this is a highlight for us. We actually do have it on our performance goals for this year. But we're looking at these customers that are experiencing multiple interruptions, looking at what is causing that, which could be, vegetation related, it could be equipment related, wildlife, but we're putting together action plans to make sure that we're fixing that for those particular customers. Also a TDSIC 2.0 that was approved and has begun this year. And this is my favorite slide within this presentation today, which is the 5-year equipment failure outages. So from 2019 to 2023, which excludes the major event days. But you can see from 2019 at 31.5 minutes to 12 minutes in 2023, that is a 62% decrease in SAIDI minutes based on equipment failures. You can see that our programs that we do have in place for equipment replacement, our investments that we're putting for our equipment are making a significant difference for us.
How does that compare to utilities of similarly situated?
I do not have that information, but that is something that we could take a look at and share that if you'd be interested. Here with vegetation outages, this is something that you all had asked for, just to see if there is a correlation with storm events, and there is certainly a correlation with major events. You can see that 2022 and 2023 were very hard hit years with major event days, and you can see the correlation there with the outages. If we exclude the major event days, you can see that the outages have actually decreased or stayed steady over these years. We've also hired additional support from a vegetation management standpoint and continue to work through our vegetation management program, focusing on vines and out of right-of-way vegetation management.
What's your current cycle on tree trimming?
Our current cycle on tree trimming, do you have that?
Yeah, I think on the backbone, we're doing it on an annual basis, and then when you go out into the feeders, we're 2 and 3 years, depending on the cycle. And then we're also being a little bit more targeted than just being cycle-driven. As Amy mentioned, we hired an arborist, and we're looking at how do we go and do better targeted vegetation management as opposed to just turning a contractor loose on a circuit, so that we can stretch our dollars and get more done and affect reliability better.
Okay, on this slide, I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on this because I also want to make sure that we include preparation as well as our timeline for weather-related events. From a preparation standpoint, we do have annual drills that we go through, implementing our program, making sure that our employees understand their role during a weather-related event, as well as making sure that we have redundancy within our system. If we do have planned outages that we can put back in place to ensure redundancy, that is something that we focus on. And as far as the timeline, it is a continuous process. As you know, our weather changes dramatically and very, very quickly. So we're constantly monitoring the weather, where we have daily emails that come in with a vendor that we have StormGeo, as well as monitoring NOAA. Our distribution team is ultimately responsible for making sure that they monitor those emails and then forward them out if appropriate. So once it gets to a certain level where it does appear that there's going to be potential risk to our system, they will forward that out, make sure that the right folks are communicated to, which then can help us prepare. So they'll start their preparation, which also could include communicating with our customers. So depending on the threat that's there, we could start communicating with our customers so that way they are aware as well. Once we hit a threshold, our leadership would escalate for further readiness, which could be our response team or our incident command structure if needed, depending on the severity of the event, and then we execute the plan. So continual communication there, monitoring our system status, making sure that folks know where we are, engaging in mutual assistance if we need to engage in mutual assistance, expanding our contractor crews to non-native crews if we need to, whatever to make sure that we get our system back up. We do focus on the transmission and the substation first to make sure that we've got that portal for then going down to the distribution area. We'll go through the circuits, sections, fuses, transformers, and then down to the local or individual outages. Once we get through an event, we also have an after-action review. This is where we document all of our lessons learned, soliciting that from our teams, make sure that we can learn from that event. We also celebrate our wins, so if we have something good to celebrate that we know that we want to include next time, we include that as well. Also, one of the really important things during a storm situation is making sure that we're leveraging the technology that we have available to us. So if you think about this as just any investigation that you have, you want to make sure that you're getting all of the facts, all of the right information, and the cornerstone to that is making sure that you've got near real-time information. So being able to leverage advanced meter infrastructure data, it's able to allow us to know automatically if a customer is out. We've also got meter ping functionality within our AMI, so we can ping that meter, see if it's back on after we have restored customers. We also use SCADA to make sure that we understand the breaker status, voltage, amperage data as well, and then distribution automation, which that has logic already included in it, so that way it can automatically close circuits and help maintain that reliability for our customers. We also have on this slide customer information, and that is because when customers do call in, it also gets tied into our system, so that way we get that information from our customers as well. I hit on this a little bit earlier. These are just normal preventative maintenance activities that we do, as well as making sure that we're maximizing our redundancy in preparation for the summer. For supply chain concerns, we continue to see issues with supply chain. We do have two different categories that we've highlighted before for you, which include long lead time as well as high demand, short supply. So for the long lead time items, we've got service transformers, which we do have a three-pronged approach that we go there using procurement, operations, as well as the storeroom to make sure that we're collaborating, but we're also separately working through issues and making sure that we're all on the same page and ultimately just getting what we need when we need it. And also the DOE transformer efficiency requirements that are coming up, they're also going to present us some issues with long lead times. So that's just something to look out for in the future. We believe it will become a requirement within the next 5 years. Substation equipment is also, it has always had long lead times, but they're starting to increase as well. High demand, short supply, we've got wood poles within this category. Again, working with procurement and operations to make sure that we've got a diversified vendor list, revising our materials, and investigating other options for us there. Ultimately, we want to make sure that we can ensure appropriate supply and maintain reasonable costs.
Okay, this is a speculative question, but you've identified long lead times on equipment procurement. So has everybody else, and I expect that that'll be the case with the rest of the presentations. When does the market dictate that some of this stuff come back onshore?
That's a really good question. And I will tell you that right now, working with our vendors, they know that they have the upper hand, right? So they are in their contracts. We're working with them to make sure that we've got spots available for us in the future, which works really well for us in Indiana Electric Centerpoint because we do great forecasting. So we're able to understand when we need it and work with them that way. But it's definitely an interesting challenge to work through.
Just a little bit on that, and I'll highlight a couple of examples of things that, one that has worked well, and then one that kind of goes to your answer about onshoring. But First on the wood poles, one of the things that we've done to really solve our problem is we've kind of narrowed down our vendors. And we used to have 2 separate vendors for Indiana and Houston. And so now we've kind of come to a standard pole design, and now we're getting preferential treatment. And so we've been able to mitigate some of the pole issues that other utilities have had. On the onshoring piece, I mean, I think that's a policy question that's going to be difficult to answer. But I mean, on our CT project right now, if you remember the GSUs, we've talked about that being a very long lead time item. I pulled the trigger the day that we had approvals for the CTs. We had the paperwork ready to go, and I signed the paperwork and sent it to GE back in 2022. And I was notified last week they're going to be about a month late. It doesn't affect the project delivery, but it does highlight the issue, and it's not GE Prolec themselves, it's the suppliers that are coming on for the materials for GE Prolec. So it is an issue, but certainly working on it.
And thank you for that insight. This is way beyond summer reliability, so I apologize. But as everyone is projecting greater demand to service greater load, it seems to me to be a natural end that some of that demand would compel production increases as well. So I apologize. I will shut up. Keep going.
No,
It was a great question.
I'll step in, and I won't shut up. We heard earlier that wood poles take 12 weeks. Is that pole-mounted transformers 52 weeks? I mean, 4 to 5 times of what it used to be pre-COVID. Are you finding similar lead times?
I don't have those exact numbers for you, but we can certainly get them to you.
I would appreciate that, and ultimately that adds to the cost. How are you managing your cost, or how are you estimating your costs when it's taking 52 weeks to get a pad-mounted transformer in relationship to what it used to be? It used to be 8 weeks. Now it's 12 months instead of 2 months. How are you managing the costs and estimating those?
Yeah, in some instances, we have contracts that help us on that, and then in other instances, we are tied to the market. So,
so there's escalators in there that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask another question in this area? And then for some of these major equipment suppliers, I mean, how many actually manufacturers are there sometimes around the world? Are we talking sometimes 3, 4, 5, 10? Because I know some of these, they're very limited number of suppliers, so.
Yeah, that's going to depend. I mean, on transformers, you're going to have a very limited number, in the single-digit range. And then with others, you'll have additional. But to give you an exact number, unless you have a.
I wanted to follow up with a question about the wood poles. Are they treated, is the preparation and treatment of the poles different for Texas as opposed to Indiana, or is it the same across the board?
I believe the wood poles that we're getting is going to be similar, and they're treated, should be fine for our soil type. And then also we're getting beyond wood poles, we're also getting fiberglass poles and steel poles and utilizing them in certain areas. And then, go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to ask what the price point difference was between the fiberglass and the wood poles.
Oh, I don't know that. We can get you that information off the top of my head, but it is, go ahead.
I have that information. So our subject matter expert, I've been texting with him a little bit, and for the poles.
That's not fair.
It was before we got up here. But he did mention for the poles that it is nearly, which actually this is the time frame, I think, but 2 times. So the cost of going to a different type of species of pole is a significant cost difference. which is why we have that balance up there at the top that, we want to make sure that we've got the appropriate supply, but we have to do that with keeping costs in mind because we have to keep that down.
Thank you.
I might as well jump in. I haven't asked a question yet. When you say investigating use of non-wood poles, and you just talked a little bit about fiberglass as an example, is that something you are doing as a center point throughout the enterprise, or are you leveraging perhaps different research laboratories across the country that do that type of work on behalf of utilities?
We're doing it across CenterPoint for sure, and the one of the things that we're trying to be mindful of is where we put the poles. So, as you can imagine, you don't want to put a fiberglass pole in an area that you're going to have to climb, that you don't have access. So you want to make sure that you have good bucket truck access to be able to get that. And then so that and also you can put them on points that you want to offer more strength as well. So there are some costs, but then there's some benefits associated with that.
Okay, we will take some notes on supply chain concerns and make sure that we get back with you. Okay, the next slide that we have here is on the RTO requirements and what we're watching most closely. This slide definitely could have been multiple slides, but we narrowed it down to these 4 different items, and I do know that several of the other IOUs that are going to speak here have some of the other issues that we're also following. But I will say that we continue to engage with MISO through the stakeholder process and also appreciate the work that we have or the availability of the IURC staff to work through issues as well. We've got internal working groups that actively engage on the technical and administrative deliverables that are required. For the resource adequacy, we are evaluating our resources to ensure that capacity values are aligned with our planning reserve requirements during MISO's 3-year phase-in approach. For FERC Order 2222, again, following that stakeholder process and making sure that we're following as MISO develops tariffs and practices to facilitate that DER aggregation into the market. FERC Order 881, we are working towards our program development, so we have an internal working group that's working through that, vendor management, making sure that we have a system capable and that reporting capability is available prior to the July 2025 implementation date. Transmission planning perspective, MISO mentioned Tranche 2 earlier this morning. We are following that extremely closely. There are some projects within our territory which we do plan on exercising our right of first refusal rights to construct those projects or any other alternative solutions that will ultimately make it into the final portfolio. So the planning process for that could be as early as 2025, so we are monitoring that closely. So with that, I'll turn it over to Shane to talk through more of the generation side.
Thank you, Amy. So as Amy mentioned, I'm going to cover the generation portion of our presentation. Starting with the first slide here, as the Commission is aware, CenterPoint is taking steps to move away from coal and replacing this capacity with renewables and natural gas. So walking through our generation transition timeline, starting in 2023, as you know, we closed our A.B. Brown coal-fired units 1 and 2 in October. We also exited out of the Warwick 4 joint ownership agreement in December. And then shifting over to 2025 on the bottom half of the line, we still plan to retire our Cully Unit 2 at the end of that year. We also expect to have the 2 combustion turbines and the Posey Solar Project in service by mid-25, as well as the Wheatland Solar Project and the Galesburg Wind Project by year-end. As you may recall, it's not on this slide anymore. We had another solar project called Crosstrack Solar, which was 130 megawatts. I think we informed you not too long ago that we terminated that contract just due to the cost pressures made the project uneconomical for us. What you don't see on this slide, and we'll discuss later, is the bridge to gap between the closure and exit of the coal-fired unit resources in 23 and then new gas and renewable resources coming online in 25, we secured adequate capacity to meet MISO's planning reserve margin requirement. In 26, we have the 200 megawatt wind project and the Rustic Hills Vermilion Rise solar projects that are anticipated to be in service in 26, followed by the conversion of the Cully 3 Unit 3 to natural gas by 27, and another 200 megawatts of solar and 600 megawatts of wind starting in 2030 through 2032. If I move on to, make sure I do this correctly. Yeah, if I move on to the next slide, this is just a summary of our current generation fleet installed capacity. And as you will see, we have 689 megawatts of coal, gas, and renewables still in service. As I mentioned on the previous slide, another 948 megawatts of new resources are expected to be in service in 2025. Move on to the next slide. Since our peak demand occurs in the summer months, this slide illustrates the steps we've taken to prepare for summer reliability. We continue to proactively monitor equipment and perform preventative and predictive maintenance. We have an adequate coal supply inventory and sufficient gas supply, plus we're staying on top of our coal inventories. In April of this year, we completed maintenance outages on Cully's Unit 2 and Unit 3, and also, we had a gas turbine overhaul that we completed in early May on the A.B. Brown Unit 3. In extreme weather situations, especially during MISO's conservative operations, we minimize critical equipment maintenance unless absolutely necessary. And I think to answer one of your questions, historically, abnormally dry conditions have not impacted our generation resources.
Shane,
Yes.
any issues with your pollutant discharge permits?
I'm sorry?
Any issues with your pollutant discharge permits?
No. If you talking about from a summer heat season type thing? No. We don't have any types of permitting, like a water discharge, because we discharge onto the Ohio River, so it's pretty big source of water, so. Yep. This slide here is just showing how we're meeting our summer season capacity requirement from MISO. As you can see, we have an adequate supply of capacity that met the MISO planning reserve margin requirement. We also had some excess. We sold some of that excess prior to the PRA, and then we offered the rest of the excess, which was taken into the planning resource auction. This next slide just illustrates the remaining seasons in the MISO 24-25 capacity planning year. And as you can see, the fall, winter, and spring seasons we have adequate capacity above what our MISO planning requirement is. The last slide I have wants to talk about recruitment, engagement, and retention. We are actively participating in college and high school career fairs. To give you an example, one I haven't heard of before, you know how athletes in high school commit by signing, to the college they're going to? I recently heard that our training group went to a crafts signing day where we went to a local high school where there was 5 graduating students who had committed to becoming a lineman. And unfortunately, they weren't for CenterPoint directly, but it was good news that they are actually becoming a lineman, and they had a commitment day to show that. We have partnered with Ivy Tech to support our Achieve Your Degree program. This program is structured where a person can get an associate's degree through a combination of our apprenticeship program as well as Ivy Tech program. In addition to that, our CenterPoint Foundation supports various workforce training and programs such as the Next Tech and the Center for Energy Workforce Development. And then lastly, is our ERG programs, which we promote to engage employees to discuss. They're employee-led, and hopefully it fosters an inclusiveness throughout our workforce. I'll turn it over to Natalie.
Before you pass the baton, so to speak, what do you do in terms of recruiting ex-military for, various jobs. A lot of them receive training through the military that might be of benefit or transfer to the private sector, so.
Yeah, that's a great point, Commissioner. I don't know that answer, but we'll get that answer back to you. I know we do have recruiters who reach out on the behalf of military, but I don't know what we do with that, so we'll find out and let you know.
Yeah, and we do have quite a bit of military folks, because as your point is, they fit in well, nicely. I'm former military. As utilities, we're very good at doing what we're told. And so in the military, you learn to do what you're told. And that's why we're very good at compliance. But yeah, we have several folks. We had one that deployed recently, and we just got him back. So we do actively seek those guys.
Good morning. I'm going to acknowledge that we are at time, so I will be brief. However, I intend to be complete here because these topics at the end of our presentation we find to be of great value in meeting our customers where they're at. I'm going to focus less on the numbers and more about some of the creative opportunities that we've identified to assist our customers that may be challenged to pay or qualify for income assistance and things of that nature. What you'll see on the slide here is a brief overview of our current electric energy efficiency programs. We currently have 8 residential programs and 5 commercial and industrial programs. The performance of which is summarized on the chart to the right there. You'll see that much like all utilities, in fact, we were challenged with the pandemic. We obviously shut down in-person programs and discretionary income that folks would have to typically spend on energy efficiency programs went away. We are, however, working diligently towards the 100% mark, which we are all committed to getting back to. Here you can see a summary of our most recent performance and where we're trending for 2024, which we'll continue to update. However, I'll spend just a moment on an exciting new opportunity this summer where we are partnering our employees, nearly 70 of them, that currently sit on a nonprofit board in our Southwest Indiana territory. And along with Resource Innovations, we're partnering with them so that they are energy efficiency ambassadors and they are communicating to the nonprofits of the boards that they sit on what our opportunities are to assist them in their electric energy needs. And so it's a wonderful way to incorporate volunteerism with our nonprofit communities, and we will be offering them a 50% enhanced bonus structure on their electrical equipment needs, and that program will run through the end of November. Increased customer messaging. The summary here on this slide is we are doing our very best to communicate to our customers the value of the service that they receive for the price that they pay. This is being done in a multitude of mediums: email, digital ads, social media, streaming. This is something that we've done, of course, through the duration up to the commence of our most recently filed TDSIC past 7-year plan, and of course the electric rate case that is in front of you right now, and then going forward. For customers that don't read the other information that we are sending them, we do know that they read their bill, and we are doing everything we can to get as much messaging by utilizing the on-bill communication function. There's QR codes where they can understand their bill better. There is information that is specific to them as a unique customer should they qualify for specific energy assistance, and it's a good opportunity to share with them the commitment that we have in the community and the volunteerism that we certainly deploy throughout our service territory. In closing, I want to spend just a couple minutes highlighting some things that we are doing, again, to be creative and think outside of the box. You are probably decently familiar with the traditional bill pay assistance, income qualified things. I want to highlight something there in the middle: access to service fares. This is something we've started in partnership with the City of Evansville over the last several years. Well, we identify a location along a public route of transportation. We'll partner with the Evansville Water Utility, our customer service agents, our trustees, and other assistance agencies such as Salvation Army or Daughters of Charity or something that the like that is also able to donate bill pay assistance functions for customers. The intent there is that it's a one-stop shop for customers. They can come in with a multitude of challenges and hopefully leave with what they feel like is a comprehensive solution for them and their unique situation. The second is an opportunity that we've had that we are just now really getting into the middle of, and we're excited about that, and we'll continue through the end of 2026, is partnering with the City of Evansville. Again, we petitioned the City Council for ARPA funds. They need to spend those dollars. It's got a backstop by the end of 26. We have a neighborhood weatherization program where customers can qualify, but some of them are inhibited from participating because they have a high dollar health or safety challenge that has to be remedied first. Think of a new roof or mold remediation. What we're able to do is partner with Clear Results, who's one of our third-party administrators. We can work with the ARPA funds to remedy that high dollar event for them. We can go back to the customer and say, now that you have that resolved, they can go through the neighborhood weatherization program. We can weatherize their home, and then they can participate. So again, we're looking for creative ways that we can partner with our customers to meet them where they are. Lastly, our foundation last year in 2023 alone, we donated and granted more than $3.2 million just specifically in our electric footprint, and $1.5 million of that was earmarked for affordable housing. So on behalf of the leadership team that is here and all of us that work hard to provide safe and reliable electric service to our customers, we also want you very much to know that we hear the challenges that they have with affordability and challenges to pay, and we will continue to challenge ourselves to meet them where we are. At that point in time, I will close and offer Lori to
Commissioners,
facilitate.
as we went a little bit long today. Obviously, if there are final questions, we'd be happy to take those.
I'm looking to my fellow commissioners. OUCC. Lori, thank you very much. Richard, thank you very much. I look forward to getting that comparative information too, because that looked like almost a quantum leap of improvement on the outage number. If I'm wrong about that, I'm happy to be wrong, but that was a big number. So thank you for any comparative insights you can give on that, Amy. Thank you. With that, I'm go ahead and invite Vince and the NIPSCO team to go ahead. And I'm sorry, we're a little bit behind, but what we'll do is we'll give you a few more minutes going into the lunch hour, if that's okay. Vince, I'll just turn it over to you. So you just start whenever your team's all set. And just to remind you, thank you. You are speaking into the mic. For those who are streaming this, it's the only way that you can be heard. So if it comes time for you to speak, just make sure the green button is pushed and move the mic closer to you. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I thought I'd give a brief update on energy markets, and I know there's not much going on right now. It's been very quiet over the last, year or so. What has contributed to that is quite a bit of natural gas production coming out of the various regions. What I have seen is that we have started to see production back off a little bit, which is what you would expect from a producer who looks at the economics and, changes their approach. But with that, markets have been extremely stable. The NYMEX has moved up a little bit in terms of forward pricing, but we're still seeing daily spot prices below $2 an MMBTU, which is extremely favorable for all of us. That has contributed and pushed on the LMP prices from a power perspective, but again, extremely stable pricing between $25 and $35 per megawatt hour is what we've seen. And as you can probably imagine, all these three things to move together, coal prices have also come down substantially from where they were even just a year and a half ago. So moving on to the next slide. From a reliability perspective in our plan, we were well situated to head into the summer. Hard to believe we're already in the middle of May. So from a coal and transportation perspective, we have our contracts that match up with our needs. We're well situated from an inventory supply perspective, and we are situated where we can call on those supplies when needed. From a natural gas supply perspective, we have firm supply and transportation contracts, so if we need to have that capacity available, it is available for us to utilize if so needed. Move on to the next slide. This is a picture of our energy supply-demand balance. So think of this as all total energy needs through the summer. And it shows the diversity of sources that we have within our portfolio to meet that energy demand. And as I'll point out, you see there's a little bit of net MISO purchases. That is actually, when I say net, it's net of sales and purchases. So it's reflective of meeting the total need, but that can fluctuate, depending on the demand for that particular day. But it does, again, show the diversity of supply that we have and the different sources that we're calling upon to meet our needs. So from a reliability perspective, I also want to mention that as our contracts are flexible, but we do have, we're in close communications with our suppliers and providers so that we're far out ahead of any events in terms of where there may be a question of what the transport and what the supply picture looks like. You can move on to the next slide. So in terms of concerns related to what's happening in the RTO world, there's a lot of information here on the seasonal resource adequacy construct, and I think we've made a lot of progress from last year. I think from a capacity market perspective, we're starting to see pictures of seasonal pricing, but it's moved a little slower than I thought it would. I think, providers are still more interested in sort of annual looks as opposed to just sticking with the seasons. I think that'll progress. I think we'll get more comfortable with a construct and be able to meet the needs, for those particular periods. But it's been a little slower to develop than I thought it would be. So, yeah, you can move on to the next slide. From a reliability perspective, this is a monthly look in terms of how we're meeting the needs for those respective periods. You will see that in June, August, and September, we are expecting to actually have sufficient resources to have some off-system sales. In the month of July, that shows a picture of MISO purchases being needed. But I want to emphasize that this is a model that looks at, the most likely scenario. It also points to the fact that we do utilize MISO as a resource that can be called upon. So there's economics involved in here, there's demand, there's supply that paints this picture.
Carl, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know we're trying to stay on time here,
That's
and
fine.
you're doing a great job. But going back to slide number 9, could you give me just a real quick, tell me what capacity swaps are?
So that would be a situation where if I am long, let's say I have sufficient capacity in the fall, but there's somebody else that is short in the fall but long in the spring, we could swap and essentially switch positions. So it's optimizing really how people are structured. Now, that's not going to work if we're all in the same situation, meaning we're all short in the summer and we're all long in the winter, as an example. But that's the intent. That would be just to sort of to further develop the market and have the flexibility to trend
Are you able to swap, are you able to swap gas for electricity, or?
I'm more talking about within the capacity market itself. But what you're pointing to is behind every capacity transaction, there is a resource. So in theory, you could do that, but the way the market has developed is I don't know. When you sell me ZRC credits, the zonal resource credits, I don't know what's backing that.
So how do you do the math to see, to figure out costs? Am I getting dollar for dollar, or you're swapping contracts, but you're also swapping money?
No, that's a great question, and that's really the development of the marketplace. So you can only go on, how valuable it is to everybody that's willing to pay the price.
At that time?
At that time, yeah, exactly. So it's sort of, as you look into the future, you have, obviously, you don't have a crystal ball. You're assessing what the market is telling you at that point in time to make the best decision possible. So
thank you.
Sure. Yeah. So just from a seasonal resource adequacy construct, this shows the picture with a reserve margin from MISO coming into view, and just how we will meet those capacity needs with our various portfolio items. So, and we headed in the auction with 36 megawatts, and we just took those 36 megawatts to the auction. Okay, next slide. I mentioned this previously, but we really look to the RTO to supply that backup energy. And, the benefit of MISO is the larger pool to pull from. And they have more levers at their disposal than we would to meet the needs of our customers. So it truly is something that we lean on and expect from them. So, you want to move to the next slide? So you asked about the seasonal resource construct. And the experience that we had was it worked out absolutely fine, and it worked because we communicated with MISO on a regular basis. I think it was the newness of it and just coming to some decisions on how it was going to be structured and the numbers that are sort of input to come up with the seasonal needs was a process to work through, but it worked out just fine, and we're in good shape for this coming year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kurt.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start by going through at NIPSCO what the generating station outages were for the spring and leading up into the summer season here. As you can see on Unit 18, which is a unit at our Schaefer Generating Facility, we've actually already gone through this outage. It was scheduled from March 16th to May 2nd. Actually, it came in a little before that on April 28th. We focused there on getting it ready for the summer and some areas that it needed coming out of the winter operations, but that outage has been completed and that unit is online now. Now we get into where we are. Unit 16B, which is also at our Schaefer facility, it's one of our simple cycle peaker units. It is currently in outage along with our Sugar Creek facility, which is a combined cycle down here in West Terre Haute or near here. They're both in outage and on schedule. They both started their outage on April 27th. We started them at the same time, and they'll be coming out around this weekend, May 12th, coming out after the weekend and starting back up to be back in service. And then finally, you'd asked how long we're going to go. Unit 17 starts its outage as these two units come back in service. and will go until May 22nd is the plan. It's a very small outage, getting it ready for the summer season, mostly cleanup and inspections for that unit. That's also at our Schaefer facility. It's a coal unit there. So that's the extent of our outages for this season. We tend to have them kind of go in progression like this, so there's not very much off at any given time. Make sure we have the capacity when we need to move forward. The next question was the question about abnormally dry conditions that come through. At our Michigan City facility, which is a coal-fired boiler up on the lake, it's a once-through with a hyperbolic cooling tower. It really not impacted by any kind of drought conditions. The makeup comes from city water, so there's no impact there. Our Sugar Creek generating facility, as I said, it's a combined cycle. We actually take the water for cooling there from deep wells. It is below the river, but it has a different methodology that it comes in, so it doesn't really get impacted there either. Our Schaefer facility is the coal facility. It also has peaker units at it. The peaker units aren't impacted from a drought condition at all, but the coal units could be. The station was originally designed for 4 units. 2 of those units have been retired, and 2 of them are still in operation. We draw from the Kankakee River, and if there's a drought condition, we will see that coming. As it's coming, we will fill our ponds up. We actually have ponds that go to our closed-loop cooling water cycle. We use cooling towers there as well. So this is a very low-risk possibility that this were to happen. If it were to happen, we would actually cross-tie our discharge and our inlet and be able to compensate there. But in my history, I've actually only seen this situation come up once for one day. So it's a very low-risk situation. Our hydros, a little bit different. We are run-of-river with the hydros, as well as we have requirements for aquatic life, specifically mussels that are below both of our hydro plants. As that flow drops off, we have to drop off consistent with that flow, and then we will take those units offline for that. Those units, though, have a total of about 20 megawatts all told together, so not a lot of impact. And of course, our renewables aren't impacted by any of the dry conditions that would occur. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave.
Yeah. So thank you. I have one slide. I'll turn it back to Kurt for one slide, and then I'll pick it back up. So from a severe weather action for electric operations, we do utilize a service. It's a 15-day look ahead. We get continuous updates that roll into our transmission operations center that's monitored 24/7. From there, we break that down into a 7-day look. And at that 7-day, we start looking at 5, 3, 2, and 1 days. Any notifications of storms coming into our service territory, we obviously staff up. We gear up our LOAs. We send out broadcasts to our leadership teams. We make sure we're prepared for that. And then based on impact, we can pull our electrical emergency response plan, also known as our storm plan. We can activate that. We'll put crews on standby. We have contractors in service territory. And if it looks like we have a need, we can always reach out for mutual assistance. As with CenterPoint, we do drill on this several times a year. We tend to get about 5 actual events that happen. So all told, we have about seven events that are either drills or actual. We follow up lessons learned, we implement those, and then build those into our next plan. Turn it back to Kurt for one slide.
All right. So on the generation side, there's similarities, but obviously a little bit of differences in how we approach it. We also, about 7 days out, we'll see the weather events coming in through various weather services, and other agencies will provide us that information. We get our information the same way that Dave and the power delivery side gets their information. When going through this, depending on what it is, there's a lot of going through this slide, is if it's hot, then we make sure that we're going through, if it's a heat wave, that our HVAC systems are working appropriately, specifically for areas that have control systems, whether they're battery systems, renewable systems, or our control systems on any of the other facilities. If it's flooding, then we look at our sump systems and we just evaluate what maintenance, if any, needs to be done that would be escalated due to this coming in. About 3 days out, we'll make sure that we do additional rounds, go out and verify and look at things, identify any of those corrective items that we identified 7 days out, make sure they're in place and moving forward and getting done. 1 day out, we will also go through the specifics with our employees. If we know that high winds are coming in, we'll go through those procedures with our employees, make sure they know what to do, one, for their own safety benefit, and then two, for the benefit of the equipment to make sure that we're doing right things. During the event, we will continue to run additional monitoring through the systems depending on what's going on, as well as bring up additional crews to help us go through it, especially if it's in heat situations, because we limit how much time people are exposed to various heat events. Then we go through if it's a high flow or a low flow event at the hydros, we'll take care of that and adjust accordingly. Our wind will cut out automatically when it gets to too high of a wind, and the solars will go into stow mode. On the solar stow mode, if it's a wind situation, they just go parallel to the ground, and then the end winds actually act as buffers. They are built a little bit differently. And if usually on a day out, before it goes into the nighttime stow, we'll actually force them to stow in those situations and move forward with those.
All right, back to me. So vegetation management, looking at our 3-year averages, regarding tree outages, we had about 3,500 events when we look at 2016 to 2019. During that same 3-year look for 20 to 23, we reduced that by about 20% in the neighborhood of 2,900 tree-related outages. We did see more major events in that same period. However, we saw fewer impacts with severe days. So we have a fairly robust program where going into a storm, we will centralize some of our vegetation crews. We'll take them to our central areas, our east, west, and central. We'll have the ability to dispatch them right from there wherever the greatest amount of tree damage occurs. We also staff at that same time crews right directly with the linemen and the LOAs. So we have a couple, we call them cut crews. They can travel around, get ahead of the linemen as they're restoring outages. They can take that. They can do fast trimming, move on to the next cycle, and then as the storm pushes through, we'll take those larger crews from our staging areas and bring them to where we see the most damage. Some of the other questions that were embodied in that question you asked, we have had some 69 upgrades, KV upgrades, Vipers, DA, pretty much all the same stuff I'm sure everybody else is putting in their system. So you've got automatic reclosers in there, which give us a couple of shots. So if we have an event, a lot of times it can be solved with automation versus dispatching a crew out there. On the transmission and distribution side for the shortages of supply, we still see some overhead underground transformers where we're having issues getting them, and all of our underground transformers have been an issue. I won't read through the list. For poles, for us, we do utilize the cross-function of steel, ductile iron, fiberglass poles. Again, we evaluate areas where they go. We have a program that we look at why we're installing it in that area and what solutions we may have there. We typically only see issues with poles 60 foot or greater. We do keep an inventory for our normal work activities plus storm. In a case 2 years ago where we had, I think, 4 confirmed tornadoes and a derecho, we did have to ship direct poles. So we utilized 4 vendors across the south and central states, and we were able to ship in 18 semi-loads of poles within 2 days to have them in territory to replace the 275 poles that we lost during that storm.
On the generation side, we talked already a lot about the coal supply. I don't think we need to talk too much more about that. We're in constant communication with our coal supply, and we have adequate coal on the ground. Variable chemical and environmental chemicals, the items that we need for process, we did have an issue back in 2015. Since then, we've made sure that we have sources as well as backup sources to those sources, primarily in what you see listed here, limestone, urea, and diabasic acid, which are the big ones that we need, but we also have them in the other chemicals and other reagents that we need for the process. So right now, we're not seeing a problem, and we haven't had to even go to the second tier in the last 2 years.
All right, to address the issue of how we're staffing, primarily in our transmission and engineering groups, we look at participation in the Purdue University Northwest Electrical and Computer Engineering Advisory Board. We go out, we speak to those students through IEEE, as well as professional engineering associations. We leverage several of our college outreach programs with NIPSCO internships. We work closely with lineman schools to draw on lineman talent when we need that. We do carry over 100 apprentices on both of our lineman side and our substation groups. So we have a good rotation of new linemen coming into our program. We have passed our bow wave, so we're actually on the younger side with linemen as well as our substation operators, and we don't see an issue in the next at least 7 to 10 years. We have internal resource groups. We look at our compensation to make sure we're competing fairly in the market to retain those operators. And we offer a lot of hands-on training through the NERC programs for qualified TOs. And timing on the veterans recruiting, just to answer that question, Kurt is attending a job fair Friday, so it was perfect timing for that question. We working with Great Lakes, I believe it is, with the Separation Center. I'm a veteran myself, so I also appreciate that. So we do look and we try to recruit veterans as well.
If I could, David may have a veteran question, but you guys initiated a high school program years ago. How effective is that becoming as part of reaching out into the communities and to make high school students aware of the potential for a career opportunity inside the utility sphere?
Yeah, it was our ambassador program, and I'm not sure where we're at with that right now. We'd have to take that one if you don't know that.
We have, we've actually started last year kind of expanding programs internally throughout NiSource to really try to get into the high schools. We did quite a bit around Ohio last year with it. We're expanding that to Indiana this year. Just a great place for us to start to tap in and actually leverage our folks that are in career in the field with folks in the high schools and around the regions. So more to come with that.
All right, distribution outage restoration priorities. We utilize an Oracle system. We refer to it as OMS. It runs a system or a series of analytics, tells us where the bulk of our outages are. We have priority restorations based on transmission outages, large substation outages, critical infrastructure, hospitals, fire emergency, those types of things. And then we start working through our system based on customer outage areas, impacts, and there's a priority in that system that's assigned for grouping of outages. So we will group outages in the largest source. As we can pick up those source outages, we tend to see them drop off. We also utilize SCADA. We have SCADA systems that come back from our substations. They feed into those. And then going through some of this other stuff, when you get to it, our operators are well qualified and trained. They'll go through that system and they'll review what outages remain in there, and they'll be able to assign those and dispatch those on an as-needed basis after we work through the large percentages of our customers out. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Vince.
And I'm recognizing time, I'll be brief on the next couple of slides. CenterPoint did a nice job, I think, of summarizing very similar programs, energy efficiency rebate program that we have, as well as home energy assessment program. I'll hit on some of the numbers. In 23, we had a little over 7,000 customers who participated in the rebate program. Interesting, we had in 23 just under 20,000 views on our NIPSCO website related to the program. So far this year, we've had almost 17,000, so we can see a bit of an uptick there. We have expanded some of those programs in a bit to add more Energy Star equipment to those programs to see if we can get more interest.
Just say 7,000 customers participated in the energy efficiency?
7,035 in 2023. Our home energy assessment program, we had a little over 2,600 customers that participated. Of those, about 1,500 were income qualified for the weatherization in 2023. And fewer web views with respect to those, but a little over 4,000 web views in 2023 with about 2,500 so far this year. With respect to extreme heat communications, really utilize all different sources, media, as well as all of our social media, our website. We have about 79% of our customers' email addresses. That's been fairly successful with a pretty successful open rate with respect to those. So we are able to utilize that. We are trying to drive folks more to the app as well to provide information through that. And then you can see some information in there if you flip, I think, to the next, just with respect to what some of those communications look like. With that, I can wrap up and ask if there are any additional questions.
Questions? I'm looking at the OUCC. Would you like to ask staff? Vince, thank you very much. We very much appreciate the ongoing participation in this summer reliability. So if I could capture in one sentence, you have enough energy to meet your needs this summer.
We do.
Thank you very much. And we are going to take a break for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock for Hoosier Energy. Thank you. And welcome back to the Summer Reliability Forum. We had a very good morning session, and to kick things off for the afternoon, Rob Horton from Hoosier Energy is going to start. Rob, the commissioners may wind up asking a few questions during the course of the presentation, so you just feel free to keep going until you get asked a question. The OUCC is here. Bill and Olivia may wind up asking questions, and staff is over here too. They may ask questions. But if there are none, just keep proceeding, and then we'll catch questions there at the end. And with that, we are streaming live. Again, just speak into the microphone. Make sure that green light is on so that the people in internet land can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. We're going to jump right in. Quick overview about Hoosier Energy. We are a non-for-profit. We have 18 member systems in southern Indiana, southeastern Illinois, members of MISO and PJM, about 1,730 miles of transmission. We're interconnected to 7 major utilities. Our all-time system peak is over 1,800 megawatts at 284 employees, and to date we've returned patronage in the amount of $191 million. So if you take a look at our member system and energy profile, we do have a diverse retail customer mix. No single member system constitutes more than 10% in 2023, and no single consumer constituted more than 3% of a member system's 2023 aggregate billings. And then our resource portfolio transition. This continues to develop over time, obviously, but this is the energy side of the mix. In 2023, you can see the coal, natural gas, and renewables. And then fast forwarding to 2027, you see that our blend goes more diverse than it even is in 2023 and includes nuclear into that section.
Rob, can I ask you a question about the nuclear slide? The Palisades plant is supposed to restart by 25. And so since a nuclear power plant's never been restarted in the U.S., how confident are you with that schedule?
Yes. At this point in time, we are working closely with the other PPA off-taker, the G&T in the north, and we're meeting monthly. We're also working with the owner on that project to make sure that we're following all of the activity with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and making sure that we follow their schedule. Right now, we do have confidence in that 2025 timeline. However, inside of our portfolio, we have built in some resiliency in case that timeline does shift, which gives us an opportunity to make sure that we keep our portfolio whole as we move through uncharted territory on that front.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So jumping right into the questions, if you look at 2024 projected summer peak load and supply portfolio, the owned shows up in the blue color at the bottom. Then you have our contracted resources, and then the light greens, the LMRs, or load modifying resources. The red line represents the forecasted peak load. So you can see graphically where we set going into the summer from a peak standpoint. Fuel supply and reliability planning. Our fuel strategy has remained similar for the past couple of years and has provided a good baseline for us. It ensures operations remain reliable, efficient, and competitive regardless of the fuel type. But if you jump right in and start thinking about natural gas, the goal is to ensure fuel supply reliability at competitive prices, and it also enables generating capacity to be competitively offered into the day ahead in real-time MISO markets. So the next bullet's really just breaking down what we mean whenever we say reliable, efficient, and competitive from our strategic standpoint. Moving forward, primarily, the supply agreements are 1 to 3 years in length. It allows us to go back and make effective evaluation of potential suppliers as different suppliers may come into the mix or marketers that may come into the mix that could further enhance our reliability and reduce associated costs. They do include transportation and imbalance charges inside of our agreements, and the procurement flexibility provides the ability to respond to changing market conditions. So by having the 1 to 3 year contracts, we can respond if things start to change in a shorter time horizon as opposed to doing a longer term fuel supply contract on the natural gas side. Long-term investment reliability. Natural gas is going to continue to be an important fuel source supporting the energy transition to renewables. That being said, we're currently evaluating ownership or construction of new natural gas generation. The options exist to contract with developers to build and purchase as well. So we're definitely looking at opportunities for natural gas into the future.
Rob?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, thank you. Glad to hear you're adding additional generation. What about distribution? What about pipelines?
Natural gas pipelines? Yes, we're making sure, if you're thinking of it from the new construction standpoint, obviously the analysis on the engineering front's looking at where natural gas pipelines are available, the age of those pipelines. We know that the infrastructure in the natural gas system isn't necessarily new in nature, so we're making a concerted effort to see, are there connection points, are there different laterals, where could we situate a natural gas facility that would have the best opportunity for natural got reliable pipeline service.
To minimize the need for new lines, is that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
And I got to follow up on this. The EPA just recently did some stuff on their greenhouse gas rule that would potentially impact new gas facilities and existing gas facilities. Do you want to or make any observation about that? How that affects you in planning and
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a great question. If you think about the new rules and you think about the energy transition as it's moving forward, you know, Hoosier Energy really believes that natural gas is going to be here for quite some time. It has to be the resource that's going to provide dispatchable energy and capacity for not only the short term, but probably over into the moderate and long term of the energy supply mix for the country. So as we look at the rules on existing gas, kind of waiting to hear what the existing gas rules are going to look like compared to new build, we do tend to take into account, do you build combined cycle larger, or do you really start looking at combustion turbines, more of a peaker style generating resource? And with the uncertainty today, the obvious conversation lends towards the peaker style or combustion turbine style resource, and let the rules play out into the future on where you can get into the combined cycle. You can also look at the opportunities to work alongside developers or existing gas plants that may be an opportunity for us today to where we do not have the rules that are set today for new build gas, and look to partner with other regional G&Ts if that's an opportunity. Spring outages. All spring outage schedules within MISO are to be completed by May 15th. Everything's going very well on that front. We have a pretty robust internal outage coordination and organization between generation and transmission operations, especially given the changes in MISO. So coordinating with neighboring utilities, MISO and member systems. Most generation outages take place in the shoulder seasons, as you're well aware. The strategy may change with the implementation of the MISO seasonal construct, depending on the length of time required to complete the work. That's really saying if you have a large workload that's going to be greater than 30 days, you're going to have to work really closely with MISO and neighboring utilities to make sure you can meet that work so you do not take a hit to your accreditation. And then transmission outage coordination with neighboring utilities and MISO is based on the distribution system needs and any kind of load transfer capabilities that may be on that system. Jumping right into severe weather preparedness. There's multiple sources for assessing severe weather conditions. Internal models update frequently for a holistic view of the forecast horizon, local regional demand, transmission congestion, MISO pricing, reserve margins, all of those things play into this as we're thinking about severe weather preparedness. The notifications of pending severe weather prompt us to do procedural refreshes on our summer preparedness, our winter preparedness, and our storm preparedness plans, depending on what season we're operating in. And we take a quick look all the way through natural gas opportunities. Are there operational flow orders on the natural gas lines? Are we communicating with our member systems and making sure that we have the resources available if the storm does turn into a severe weather event? And then we communicate, the communications meetings with internal stakeholders and member systems really is there to make sure that if we have a message that needs to get out there, they're prepared and we're prepared for that message to leave. Regional transmission from a hot weather alert and capacity advisories. We contact the natural gas suppliers, as I mentioned, over the OFO conditions on the pipe. But another thing that we do is we report our NOx limited constraints to be compliant with our environmental emission rules. So if we are operating, especially in the summer, and we have been running a lot on a combustion turbine, we may be closer to our limit. So we want to make sure that that is part of our offer into MISO, and we let people know where we are with our particular peaker so that we're not going to go over that NOx limitation. We notify our LMRs. For Hoosier, that's about 50 megawatts. And then 1 week prior to the anticipated event, I'm not going to run through each one of those bullets, but we do these things leading up to the event. And it's pretty standard practice for us no matter what kind of weather alert we get, whether it be hot, focusing on summer, or cold. As the event develops, we're obviously monitoring our neighboring utilities and our neighboring systems. We're increasing the amount of folks that are in our system control center, and we change and develop strategies to address the severity depending on what's happening and how aggressively that's coming at us. Another question was changes in tree-related outages. What we have noticed is an increased number of severe storms in our service territory over the last 2 years. However, much of the storm-related tree outages are from healthy, off-right-of-way trees. So it's not the issue that we had with the emerald ash borer where we were having to really get out in front of that particular event. These are trees that are well off the right-of-way, and they're becoming uprooted and causing that wind broken into our line situation.
Is it a particular species of tree or just indiscriminate?
It is definitely indiscriminate. They're healthy trees. They're actually being uprooted, so it's not like it's a sycamore or a maple that I could point to. It's a variety. But with that taking into account, we are taking some proactive steps to mitigate those risks, and one of those is trimming trees out of right-of-way when our right-of-ways allow us to do that. We also utilize aerial saw trimming, so the helicopter and the aerial saw, which has provided a lot of benefit to Hoosier Energy and our member systems by utilizing that resource. And we recently purchased a forestry mulch head for skid steer units so that the linemen, when they're headed out to make a repair, have access to that machinery, and we can basically mulch our way in as opposed to taking the time to do as much cutting that may be required to get our trucks to the location where the tree is down or has caused damage to our system. One thing I will mention at the bottom of this slide, when you're considering storms with similar characteristics, the straight line winds, the lightning, tornado, and hail, we have not seen an increase in tree-related outages. It's just the fact that what we are seeing is the off right-of-way trees, but we've not had an increase in tree-related outages year over year for Hoosier. So thinking about speeding of restoration or restoring the system in a speedy manner, all the storms are different in terms of characteristics. Hoosier maintains a very robust vegetation management strategy and practices, preventative maintenance. We actively are walking right-of-ways. We're trying to increase the size of our easements to take advantage of those areas where we could take more of the danger trees out of our right-of-ways. And we've installed automated switching in a large part of our system, and we continue that effort going into the future. There are several operational efforts to limit outages and increase speed of restoration. Again, remotely operated line switches, line fault indicators, and digital fault recorders being some of the main ones that we utilize. Hoosier Energy crews are also continue to provide storm recovery assistance to our member systems. So if there's a large storm, think back to the tornado in Sullivan County, a large storm comes in, we get our system repaired. As we start having resources available, trucks, personnel, we can go assist our members as well when called upon to do so. Supply chain issues. We're currently mitigating these risks by increasing spare inventories on long lead time items while keeping our overall inventory numbers manageable. The breaker lead times now have exceeded the lead times of voltage transformers. So high voltage breakers, that 100 kV and above, currently have a lead time of 2 years. The ultra high or the 345 kV and above are currently at 4+ years. So supply chain's an issue. We're managing that by making sure that we're identifying those critical spares that we're going to need. We're placing those orders. Have already placed some, currently are placing more to make sure that we stay ahead of that curve.
Rob, we've heard that from a lot of folks already today, and I expect we'll probably hear it as well. How does that affect your planning processes?
It's really making sure that you keep that front of mind as you're going through the engineering phase. We have our work packages and our plans for increasing our transmission and going through our 20-year aging infrastructure work plan has really caused us to make purchases and take things forward to our board earlier in the process so that we can place those POs and get those orders made. We're also working closely with the manufacturers and making that phone call to say, we think we're going to need this transformer in this timeline. Has the supply chain eased or has it gotten worse? Because the worst thing we could do is plan on that 4+ years and it not be a static number. And then whenever we do make that, realize that we were behind by a year already and didn't know it. So we're really working to make sure that we keep that line of communications open with the suppliers as well.
What's the life cycle? What's the life expectancy of a 100 kV high voltage breaker?
That's a tough question, but in generalities, whenever you're thinking about that transformer, that transformer could sit there for upwards of 40 years, and you may not have an issue. If that transformer is in a situation where it's being exercised more than others, you can just start watching that curve come back down. I would say that if you look at the aging infrastructure in our system, a lot of those breakers and transformers are at that 40, 50-year time frame, but it requires you to do extensive maintenance. So we do a lot of testing on our oil to make sure the transformer oil is signifying any problem that may be coming our direction or any opportunity for us to take different action. But as it starts to get to the end of its useful life, a lot of our work plans are saying, we know we need to replace this transformer in 2027. We started working on that in 2022 to account for the supply chain issues that we've been experiencing.
What do one of those cost?
3 years ago, much less than today. If you look at the high voltage, you're probably talking somewhere in the neighborhood of $3 to $5 million. You could get some of them that'll be around 10 to 12, depending on your use and what you're going to put them in at. But a lot of the things that we're purchasing today are coming in closer to that $10 million range on our system, because we're at the high side of that 100 kV.
And do you have contracts that go out that far to allow you to buy today at a price that's set today, or is that?
That's a great question, too. That's one of the reasons why we're increasing our inventory today. We're acting sooner so that we can lock in the pricing that's being offered to us today, and we're actually placing that order. We're trying to manage that against the rest of our inventory, right? So we need to make sure that we don't get an inventory situation to where it grows exponentially because you're trying to work this plan. But we are acting today to make sure that we're purchasing those now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Some of the RTO changes and engagement, ongoing committee and stakeholder engagement with MISO and PJM to monitor all the market changes that are coming our way and resource adequacy and planning issues. The MISO changes to the resource adequacy construct and the seasonal accreditation processes and outage planning and scheduling are something that we follow regularly. A lot of meetings being conducted to make sure that we're on top of those processes. We're talking about the increased reserve margin requirements throughout our portfolio team internally, as well as having conversations with the RTO. And then the natural gas and electric coordination efforts and the impact of market alignment, that's something we've been following for years now to make sure that we are staying abreast of the activity that's happening. That's crucial as we continue to move towards more natural gas generation as being the generation that's providing the base or dispatchable generation. It's so important that we continue to work on aligning the gas day and the power day. So we're staying on top of that. Renewable energy variability. Our portfolio is built on reliability. So we have no concerns regarding the ability to be able to meet the member demands in the summer of 2024. One of the questions, were there any concerns around the broader footprint? And the loss of dispatchable resources due to retirements, combining that with intermittent resources that have different operating characteristics, that does present a risk, in our opinion, and it's one that needs to be managed. That timing is very important. And as I've mentioned previously, the natural gas side of the equation is something that we believe is going to be around for quite some time into the future. As a MISO member, Hoosier does have the benefit of sharing in those reserves. So the large geographic footprint of MISO, generation of load diversity can provide a great deal of value to serve load across multiple local balancing areas. In the real time, when generators are derated or move into forced outage situations, we can utilize the other generating resources, and we can raise that to meet our local demand and our loads. Another important aspect of this is Indiana MISO have import and export capabilities. Unlike some RTOs across the country, we do have that ability to export and import, and that has served us well over the past few years specifically. In the event of an energy emergency, MISO has access of up to around 11 gigawatts of load modifying resources, which in our view acts as a secondary backup as you start thinking about the question around obligation to serve and resource performance.
Rob, you mentioned, I think, 50 megawatts of LMR inside your...
For Hoosier.
For Hoosier. Have you ever had to actually go to them?
We have not yet.
Okay.
We began our program roughly 2 years ago, and to date, we've not actually had to enact. We've notified, but not enacted. Moving on to workforce strategies. From a recruiting standpoint, we leverage employee networks, social media, and platforms like many others do. We do have an internship program pipeline that's been active for a number of years. That's served us well over time. We active engagement with educational institutions, vocational schools, as well as community colleges. From a retention and professional development standpoint, we're very proud of the nationally recognized Hoosier Energy Apprenticeship Training and Safety Program we refer to as HEATS. That program has been around for a while. That's how we train our field crews all the way through folks that have substation requirements, meter relay requirements, thinking of it holistically there. Voluntary benefits, from that standpoint, we have an extensive health navigation tools for our workforce. We have tuition reimbursement, leadership development programs, as well as dedicated mentorship programs. We do also have flexible work arrangements at Hoosier. From an abnormally dry condition standpoint, Hoosier Energy owns industrial water wells at Worthington and Lawrence County combustion turbine sites. So we use the water supply on a closed-loop cooling tower system for pollution control. That's where I was referring to the NOx earlier. And to date, we've never had an issue with those wells, so they've served us well over the time of the life cycle at Worthington and Lawrence. And we also have large freshwater storage tanks at each of the locations just to provide some resiliency and redundancy for water supply on those fronts. Now, if you take that a step farther, in an extreme event, we could have generating units that could experience a reduction in generating capabilities based on water temperature or river levels. If you go past abnormal into extreme, we would need to monitor that to make sure that we didn't get to those kind of operational concerns.
I'm sorry. Do you have any existing issues, or your members have any existing issues with your NPDES permits?
We do not currently have any issues with our NPDES permits. Our environmental group stays on that pretty regular to be able to make sure that we're following all the activities around those permits, and currently we're in good shape. Distribution outage restoration. We continuously monitor our transmission and distribution for us 69 kV and the 34.5 kV systems in real time through our system control center. Resources are dispatched immediately upon recognition of an interruption to service. If an event exceeds the capability to immediately respond to the internal resources to be able to respond to this event, our operations management team will prioritize outages and locations based on the number of folks impacted. So if we have a large event that's going on and we don't have enough resources to hit all of the outages that are currently playing out, we will identify where the larger centers are and start our activities there and work forward from there. Advanced metering and infrastructure. We monitor all elements of our electrical system through an advanced energy management SCADA system. Most of Hoosier member systems use advanced metering infrastructure for real-time operations as well. And then we strive to remove as much personal judgment from restoration processes by providing as much data possible from the software and communication systems to drive our decisions. And all that's happening in our system control center. Energy efficiency programs and bill assistance. our member systems manage several energy efficiency programs, both for residential and commercial industrial customers. Regarding bill assistance, our 18-member systems manage their programs individually and provide a variety of options to their member consumers. Communication during a storm event. The communications department closely monitors summer weather events and collaborates with operations staff. And you can see that the public communications are tied to the MISO steps. So as we go through different events through MISO, our communication plan ties to each one of those steps. The communication sent via press release to media contacts in our surrounding service territory. And we also send emails to communication reps from our member systems to make sure that we're continuing to keep them updated of what's happening across the system during the event. And then I think the last question was MISO market reforms and resource adequacy seasonal construct. The market compensation mechanics would be helpful to address reliability risks and to compensate generators for their contributions to system reliability, both in real time and across the long-term planning horizon. We feel like that would be beneficial. The evolution of MISO's resource adequacy construct, it really reflects the increased operating risk across the footprint.
What do you mean by that?
About how it's representing that risk. By looking at it seasonally, it opens up the conversation around, is it summer peaking, winter peaking? How do you manage your outages? How many units could be off at one point in time? So currently, or historically, you just had the one season, right? You planned on summer. Whenever we went to the seasonal construct, now we plan on all 4 seasons. So it changes the fact that there's not always going to be enough power in the winter just because it can cover the summer. So we're looking at it seasonally, which means that we want to make sure there's enough capacity there to cover all 4 seasons as opposed to one summer event or one summer season.
Can't you make adjustments though as you go, or I mean, does it MISO have a process in which you plan for the spring and you plan for the summer and you plan for all 4 seasons?
That's exactly what we're doing now. When MISO made the change to go to a seasonal construct, is whenever we started planning on the season. Now, one of the issues that brings up is the market's not fully developed to the point of having seasonal products available. Therefore, if you've built your portfolio to meet your summer needs and you've also now used that same portfolio build to do all 4 seasons.
You wouldn't do that though, would you? Because you don't need the same portfolio in the summer as you need in the fall.
If your portfolio has renewable resources in it, such as wind and solar, they're going to operate differently depending on the season.
Right.
So if you have resources that are dispatchable in nature, the nuclear, the coal, the natural gas, those can run the same capacities regardless of season.
Okay.
So as you see the transition happening to renewables, you start to see that variation happen in the winter season specifically. And there's not necessarily market mechanics out there today to where we can go buy just a summer product, just a spring product, and so on. Right. Therefore, we're buying to cover our peaks in the winter, which tend to make us long in the spring and summer. Because as you add the renewables to the portfolio, you have to have enough dispatchable generation in the winter when those resources aren't necessarily there, speaking specifically towards solar on that example. So if you have that resource, you don't get the same accredited value for it in the winter season, therefore you've had to replace it with something else. And that something else for Hoosier is coal, natural gas, or nuclear.
Isn't that seems to me to be kind of a logical way to do it, because that's what the seasons do. I mean, they change. So the temperature's different, the wind doesn't blow, or the sun's not as shining in the wintertime as it is in the summertime. So it seems like kind of like a logical way in which to follow the seasons.
Yeah, we agree with MISO's new accreditation. Okay. What we're saying is whenever it was just the summer, everyone was planning for that summer peak.
I see. Well,
now that it's moved to, yeah.
I'm sorry. I misinterpreted your bullet point there. So I'll move on. Real quick, we've heard a couple from your peers in regards to the outage, the planned outage, and the 31-day.
Yes.
Could you speak to that at all? What your feeling is on that?
Yes. We're working internally to make sure that we're balancing not only our transmission requests for outage and our generation requests for outage to make sure that we're not spanning that 31 days.
big of a challenge is that for you?
That can be a big challenge on a complete overhaul of a combined cycle unit, for example, specifically a coal plant as well. What we would need to do is maybe change our outage durations to make sure that we can span over certain months, so we're not coming up to the timeline of a season, the end of a month that ends the season. But right now, we've been able to manage through that effectively.
Is there a possible conversation to have that, depending on the type of outage you're having, there might be different days? You know, if you only need 14 days and there's a outage for 14 days, there's an outage for 31, or if you've got a major overhaul, then maybe there's an outage for 90. Is that?
Those conversations happen in the planning phase of our outages. We're not overly concerned with.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rob, but right now it's a hard 31 days, regardless of what you're doing, whether it's a short, whether it's long, whether it's in between. Is there a way to, or is there a possibility of having discussions about the type of outage, and I'm not using the right word, but the type of outage matching the required time that it needs to be offline?
Yeah, and just for clarification, make sure I'm answering the right question. Are you saying, is there activities happening between Hoosier and MISO having that conversation to see if there can be an adjustment made or a rule change made? Yeah, we're engaged with MISO regularly on those fronts. We have already had conversations with our contacts at MISO about some future outages that are being planned that are longer than that 31-day, and what our opportunities are to avoid that accreditation risk and that exposure in those outer years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We already started discussions. I'm looking at the other commissioners. Additional questions? Bill, staff? Look in the back of the room. Rob, thank you very much. And Scott, thank you very much for being with us today. We very much appreciate your participation and being ready to serve your customers this summer. Thank you. Next up, Indiana, Michigan. Steve, just before we get started, for you and the team, please speak into the microphone when you're, so that everybody out and around can hear you as well. We can hear you plenty good from up here, but that's the only way it's carried over the internet. And I'll just turn it over to you to get started.
Okay, thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Commissioners, Councilor Fine. Appreciate the opportunity today to talk about something that's critically important for us in terms of responsibilities as an electric utility company, and that's to make sure that there's an adequate supply of power when our customers need that the most in peak hour. So if we can go, Kelly, to the, first, let me do a quick introduction. So to my right, immediate right, is Curtis Cook. Curtis is the plant manager at Rockport, and Kelly Furneaux is the site vice president at the DC Cook Nuclear Power Plant. So just a quick overview of what we're going to talk about in more detail. So we are certainly confident that we have the resources in place to meet summer demand for our customers in 2024. We're taking steps to prepare in case something else happens beyond our control to the rest of the RTO or some other sort of crisis that would require us to take action both with our facilities and interact with our customers. And then to support that need, if it were to happen, we're making sure that we've got communications in place, multiple different channels to visit with our customers and inform them of plans and condition of the system as well, too. Thanks, Kelly. So really diverse portfolio of generation at I&M. We have nuclear already mentioned. We have hydro, we have wind, we have solar. We have coal, so just a wide range of resources that come together to serve our customers. What's listed on this slide is the ICAP numbers for those resources. And then one number I wanted to highlight, which is really important for our customers and a lot of the businesses that we serve, is the percentage of energy we generate and distribute to our customers that's emission-free. So last time we talked, I think we were in the 85% range, so we're up to almost 88% of the energy we distribute is emission-free. And a lot of that is due to our DC Cook facility and reliance on renewables as well. All right, Kelly. So just taking a look at the requirements we need to meet in PJM for summer capacity. So if you look over on the left-hand side, these are all UCAP numbers. You'll see fossil and nuclear combined to be about 4,000 megawatts. So that includes some market purchases and other things that we've done between the FRR, fixed resource requirement arrangement we have with the AEP companies, other AEP companies in Eastern AEP and PJM. Demand response is nearly 400 megawatts. And then with ELCC sorts of applications to the intermittent resources, that's about 83 megawatts. So altogether, that's about 4,478 megawatts of total capacity. And our load forecast for this summer is about 4,009 megawatts. And we're required to maintain a reserve margin, installed reserve margin of about 470 megawatts, which we have covered. So we're right on top of that. And the reserve margin for us in PJM is around 14.7, and it's different based on FRR versus other types of businesses or utilities in PJM. Sure. All right. We can go to the next slide. So a little bit about PJM and things we're paying close attention to. So first and foremost, we don't anticipate any sort of changes, policy changes, rule changes in PJM that would jeopardize our ability to cover resource requirements in '24. Of course, there's lots of things in flux. We're watching those things and paying close attention and trying to make sure we're out in front of that in terms of making prudent decisions for our customers. We're having ongoing conversations with PJM about load forecasts, and we've had a couple of announcements in I&M service territory in the last couple of weeks about some larger data center type loads. And so we're in the process of communicating those needs and the timelines and the ramp rates for those loads with PJM to make sure that's included in the overall forecast they have. And then, as we've talked about several times, we're paying close attention to this review that's underway at PJM that allows us to repurpose existing interconnections for a different fuel source other than what was there originally. So yeah, we're hoping there's a vote upcoming on that within the voting members of PJM within the next several months. We're hoping that vote is carried. If that carries, then PJM would file a FERC 205 filing. And but the earliest we would expect an answer there, if I understand the timeline right, would be first quarter of '25. So I know that's of significant interest to the commission, and we'll be keeping you guys posted on that.
Steve, if I could ask you a question about the load growth and data centers specifically. So this morning we had a representative from PJM, and we asked them about how load growth that shows up after the auction, how that gets dealt with, and they talked about through the incremental auction. So I had a question about how that works with an FRR utility. And so what happens with the FRR utility after you make that commitment, and then you have this kind of load growth that comes on and needs to come on a little bit quicker than what we've typically been used to with like an industrial customer that maybe takes several years to build?
That's a great question, Commissioner, because it's not just the timelines are faster, but the load amounts are substantially different too than what we're accustomed to as a company. So we would address this through the auction process. You know, we would essentially front run the auction to procure the capacity needs that we have, you know, with a longer term plan to acquire or build or otherwise meet the capacity requirements. But initially it would be purchases in the market. And as an FRR entity, we're not prevented from doing that.
So would that be like outside of your customers would be responsible for that? So that would, I just want to see.
We talked about multiple ways. It's a good question. Should we direct assign this to the customer, or should we build this into a tariff sort of approach? So we're headed toward the tariff sort of approach. We only have contracts with these large load customers on transmission interconnects to this date. And we're working on the electric service agreements, which will deal with the generation piece. So we're still debating that issue about how that will work, and and we'll certainly be in contact with the commission about our proposals to supply capacity and how that will work in PJM.
Thank you.
Well, and just to follow up real quickly on that too, because Kevin Hatch at PJM was the one we were asking questions of, and he did mention the incremental auction. How incremental does it get with PJM? I mean, is it when you need something, or is it will they do it twice a year, so how?
It wouldn't have to be just through the auction. It could be a bilateral agreement outside of the auction dates with folks that have capacity to sell into the market.
PJM could be having these incremental auctions regularly if they've got a data center in Virginia versus one in Indiana versus one in West Virginia. Is that?
They could. I mean, that's a more frequent sort of auction may be a solution to these faster moving sorts of load requests and larger load requests, but there's also the ability to do a bilateral sort of contract with suppliers to PJM.
How much advance notice did you have on this?
We've been talking to the two customers that announced in our service territory for at least a year. Lots and lots of details about the requirements to interconnect to our transmission grid. Lots of discussions about the ramp rates and the loads and the timing of those loads. And so it's been one of the most complex things I've ever been involved in, just to get to the interconnect agreements. And those are just the initial ones. There are ones to follow. Hopefully, we'll use the same path we've been using. But I'd say about a year plus, Commissioner, that we've been working on these.
Thank you.
Okay, Curtis, I'll pitch to you.
All right, I'll talk about the non-nuclear summer preparation here. Rockport Unit 1 is currently in a spring outage. It's on schedule, actually a few days ahead of schedule. It will complete on June 3rd. The major scope for this outage is the 2 low-pressure turbine rotor replacements, and out of this outage, it will release the standing 40-megawatt curtailment that we had running on that unit. Fuel, currently, we have 51 days of coal storage on the ground for a full load burn. We feel we have adequate supply for the summer run, and reagents are the same way. We have good levels on all reagents to get us through a heavy summer burn. Other generation resources, no known curtailments or no known liabilities going into the summer peak.
Any transportation, coal-related issues?
No, we've got a good relationship with United Pacific. They're our rail group. And we also own Cook Coal Terminal, which is our transfer facility. We have about 20 days full load storage on the ground currently at Cook Coal as well.
Do you have your own power? Railroad, do you have, or is it all done by the railroad?
So the railroad brings it into Cook Coal from the Powder River Basin, and we do have power there on site at Cook Coal to move the cars around for unloading to go rail to river. You're welcome. All right, for the extreme weather summer conditions, we have a robust plan to prepare the units for the summer. That includes preparing our employees as well. Safety is paramount for us to go through the summer peaks and the conditions at which you see out there in the summertime. So we also establish proper staffing levels for those hot weather alerts in PJM, around-the-clock maintenance, around-the-clock lab technicians, and so forth. And we also have adequate levels of all of our fuel and reagents, and make sure that our transportation communication is in place for those heavy run periods. With that, I'll turn it over to Kelly.
So for nuclear, it's very similar as far as preparing the plant for summer readiness. We actually start summer readiness right after the summer season ends with a critique in September to look for any learnings to improve for the next year. And we do intend to be certified to be ready for the summer by May 20th, and that is on track. For the days ahead, so there's 3 different conditions where we put extra actions in place. It's extreme warm weather, high summer heat, and severe weather conditions. And we put extra monitoring, extra cooling equipment in place to make sure the plant's going to be resilient through those. And then for general readiness, we just did complete a refueling outage on Unit 2, and we don't have any other outages planned for 2024, so we'll be online to support the summer readiness period. No fuel supply concerns. There's no specific supply chain issues impacting summer reliability. And then we do have water-related limitations. So we have technical specifications that would require us to shut down due to high lake temperature or low lake levels. The high lake temperature limit is 84.6, and we typically run in the high 70s. The highest the lake has ever gotten was...
During summer, you mean?
Yes, yes. These limitations are in place all the time, but would be impactful in the summer. The highest we've seen on the lake is 83 degrees, and that was in 2013. And then for low lake level, the limit is 561 feet, and the lowest we've ever gotten is 575 feet. So we don't see challenges with those limitations to support summer.
When do your NRC licensing agreements expire for Cook 1 and 2?
Unit 1 is 2034, and Unit 2 is 2037.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've asked this question. How far down the road is Palisades from you guys?
It's about 30 miles north of us.
30 miles.
Yes. Any other questions? Right, Steve?
All right, thanks, Kelly. So I'm going to speak to the wire side, the transmission and distribution portion of our organization in terms of preparedness and responsiveness to weather and outages. So we're a big believer in practice makes perfect, and you practice before you have an event, you work out the kinks before it's the weather's on top of you, and you try to prepare that way. So we do a number of things. We follow the incident command structure, and we've got a fully staffed org chart all the way to the top level storm, all the way from smaller storms. So it's a scalable sort of approach. So we have names and alternates in every one of those boxes for our ICS structure. We also have 2 mock events each year. We have one for warm weather and one for winter weather. And those are really important for us to kind of exercise what's on paper in ICS and make sure people understand their roles and can ask questions. So we try to create a weather scenario and an outage scenario and try to create a sense of realism in terms of what's happening kind of day by day or hour by hour for an event. So we've got another one of those planned June 18th, and we'll certainly be extending an invitation like we did last winter for the IURC to attend. On the days ahead, we're certainly watching weather forecasts, and over the last few years, we're paying closer attention to squall line type thunderstorms than we have in the past. There's just so much demand for mutual assistance resources that you have to be early on the draw. If you wait too long, they're either not available or they have to come from a significant distance, which slows down the restoration process, makes it more expensive. And also, you've got that long wind chill time there and back once the storm is over. So we're watching that, and we don't have a hair trigger, but we are quicker to pull the trigger on resources than we've been in years past, just because we know that you can have a great structure in place for your storm, you can have the material in place, but you have to have the workers to repair the lines and trim the trees. So that's a big focus, and we're constantly talking to the RMAGs, the Regional Mutual Assistance Organizations, to make sure we've got we're in line and we've got our request in front of them. And then once the event begins, we shift the whole organization, basically. Whatever your job is on a daily basis now becomes storm restoration for the majority of the organization. So that's part of our mock drill process to help people learn those responsibilities. And then we also utilize the technology we have in place to gather intel about condition, real-time situational awareness of the system through SCADA and through AMI and other equipment that we have in place. And then we really ramp up the communications, which we'll talk about more in just a moment. Just a overview of where we are from a reliability standpoint. We're really proud of this. This is a result of a lot of different things, including approval of investment from the Commission over the years on our transmission and distribution system. But over the last 5 years, we've made a substantial improvement in system average interruption duration index, or the duration of the outage, more or less, kind of layman's terms. So if you look back at 2019, we were close to 190 minutes, rolling 12-month average, excluding major events. And at the end of the year, last year, we were 94.5. And the trend continues. So I just looked at our trend a few minutes ago. So we're down about 84 minutes in Indiana, which we're really proud of on the SAIDI side. And our safety side, system average interruption frequency index.
50% reduction?
Yes, sir.
One of the other companies is 60%, I think.
Well, we're going to have to catch those guys then. And on the bottom line there on the line graph is SAFE, System Average Interruption Frequency Index. Essentially, how often are you out without power for 5 minutes or longer? So we're a top quartile nationally on the SAFE piece too. Have done a really good job. We've got work left to do, so we'll continue to focus on that. And then we'll finish AMI in Indiana. We have our last third of that sometime in 2024, and we're starting our second round of our vegetation cycle this year too in Indiana. So all those things will continue to drive those numbers the right direction. All right, just a little bit about community engagement and communications. It's a really important part of our business. So we tend to often get focused on the technical aspects and operational components of our business, but we also have to be a communication and a customer service organization as well, especially during crisis situations. So we've done a lot of outreach with our county emergency management agencies and officials, and every county kind of has a different approach to this, so you kind of have to tailor how you interact with some of those folks based on what their needs are and staffing and those sorts of things. And the only way you know what those things are is if you're having a proactive outreach with them in advance of a weather event. And then we've instituted a number of weather triggers to communicate with our customers. So if we see certain wind speeds or forecasted chance of weather, whole list of things, we generate some preemptive sorts of messaging to our customers in social media, email, and other channels. And I think that's had a substantial impact on our customer stat through J.D. Power. So we're going to continue to do that. And then we educate customers on how they can help or how they can get help during the summer. So, you know, a big part of the earlier resource list was about 400 megawatts of demand response. So we've got to make sure we're doing a good job of informing customers of those opportunities. And obviously, warm weather, extreme temperatures produces some bill stress for customers. And so we need avenues to help our customers pay their bills. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I mentioned some of the weather triggers that we have in place and some of the information we send, alerts we send via social media and other channels. This is just some of those examples. And then the last slide here, one of the specific questions we had was around, you know, kind of our aging workforce potentially, or if we have any bands of workforce that are expected to retire soon, how are we dealing with that, how are we replenishing the organization, and then a discussion about material, long lead time material items. So we'll start with the people piece first. That chart at the top right is just kind of an age band for generation, distribution, and transmission. And so I'll just speak for the distribution transmission piece, but we're really in pretty good shape. If you look at the counts there, the majority of our employees are not approaching retirement age. But that's a constant challenge. If you set on that for a few years, you're going to be behind. So we're constantly recruiting and training our own folks. We have a DOL certified line program, and very proud of that. And you know, looking for ways to repurpose folks in our organization. When we retire the Rockport facilities, the end of 28, you know, how can we use employees there in other parts of our organization? So we're always thinking about that. And the material planning, the distribution transformer situation has improved substantially since the last time we talked about this. We're getting deliveries of that equipment much more frequently than we were in the past. So the things it takes to serve residences and businesses looking better. On the power side, the substation power type transformers and equipment, the lead times are long there. And so what we've tried to do is have options or actually commit to production slots kind of on a speculative basis for the 5.6 million customers AEP serves in 11 states. So we're one of the biggest purchasers of components for the electric system, and so we're trying to leverage our size and volume purchasing power and also trying to leverage our ability to hold slots open as things develop. So we're watching all those things closely. Any questions?
I'm going to make a real quick observation. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I think how you open this with the discussion about the economic development successes that have recently been highly publicized. It's important for the companies to be in the room with the economic development folks at the start of the process so that they can understand just exactly what needs are and what possibilities there are for meeting those needs early on in the process. So I know it was a long situation for you guys, but I think it's important to maintain that for the success of the state of Indiana. Kelly, if I could turn to you, I know Commissioner Valletta asked a question about Palisades of Hoosier Energy when they were here. Are there any potential lessons learned from the restarting of a nuclear power plant that's never happened before, with potential impact on decision-making for relicensing that you may or may not be going through with Cook into the future, or any other lessons learned?
I would say that the lessons learned are it's much more costly to restart a plant than to continue a currently running plant. And thinking ahead, if we would get to the point where we may shut down, making sure we put our plant properly in wet layup and things like that, that would allow the restart to be easier if for some reason it ended up in a shutdown instead of a continue of the license.
Other commissioner questions? OUCC staff? Steve, thank you very much. Thank you very much, INM folks, for being here today. It's important for the public to understand that you're ready to meet your obligation to serve customers this summer. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your time today.
AES is up next. Brandy, if you can bring your team up. I think we all have copies up here, but thank you. Well, all of you folks have been here before us, but once again, for streaming people, the only way they can hear you is to make sure your green light is on and you're talking into the microphone. Brandy, if I could, I think this is the first public forum we've had since you've become president.
I believe so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations to AES Indiana on that decision. And I'll just turn it over to you for presentation and introduction of your team.
Thank you. Well, first, on behalf of our team at AES Indiana, I want to thank you for the opportunity to come in front of you this afternoon to discuss our summer preparedness plans. With me today, we have Aaron Cooper, who is our Chief Commercial Officer, Mr. Mike Holtzclaw, who is our Director of Power Delivery Operations, and at the far left is John Bigabal, who is our Chief Operating Officer for Generation. And again, I'm Brandy Davis-Handy, honored to now serve as President of AES Indiana. And in just a minute, we're going to get into and detail our plans as it relates to summer preparedness. But on this next slide, I really just want to spend 1 minute giving you a broader view of how AES Indiana is working alongside with our customers and helping to lead the energy transition. Okay, and if I can, thank you. And so I'll just spend a minute here, but as a company, we're focused on 4 key areas, starting with ensuring that we are working with our customers and improving all aspects of the customer journey and their experiences with us. Also, economic development, community development, we talked about that just a few minutes ago, is very important. Just this week, AES Indiana released its 2023 Community Impact Report, detailing our $2 million in investments this past year, and that continues to be a point of pride, but a focus of our company of ensuring that we are working alongside our communities and investing dollars to help improve the quality of life for our customers and ultimately our community. Additionally, I want to highlight our efforts as it relates to sustainability and understanding the role that we play in ensuring a clean and greener transition of our infrastructure. And we know that in order to do this in the right way, that it must be done in partnership with our customers and our community. And lastly, reliability and understanding the very important investments that go into improving not just the reliability, but also the resiliency of our grid. In this next slide, I just want to share a little bit more about who we are and where we are and who we serve. And so AES Indiana is serving more than 520,000 residential and business customers throughout central Indiana. You can see on this map, it details aspects of our generation portfolio with 3.9 gigawatts of generation comprised of natural gas, solar, and wind, with our 2 remaining coal units in southern Indiana at Petersburg. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Aaron Cooper.
Thank you, Brandy, and good afternoon, everyone. Oh, we already advanced. I think the headline for this slide is that AES Indiana has adequate capacity exceeding our load obligation, including the planning reserve margin for each of the months in the summer season. In this slide, we've expanded summer to include May and September. As you all know, here in the Midwest, we oftentimes get some pretty hot periods during those months as well. Describing the chart on the right, the stacked bars represent the contribution to our total accredited capacity position by either generation complex or by resource type or contract type. And focusing on what is, in the purest sense, summer, our peak load occurs in July or August, as forecast at least, and maybe a little bit hard for folks in the room to read, but you can see some horizontal lines over top of those bars. There's a dashed line, and that represents what our expected peak load is, and it's approximately the same in July and August, and that's about 2,700 megawatts. We have 2,900 megawatts of accredited capacity, and when you add the 9% planning reserve margin from MISO to those summer forecasted peaks, you end up with about just a little over 2,850 megawatts of demand. Moving on to this slide, tried to do these sort of in order of answering questions that were asked, and so we'll later on have some where we kind of cross over between generation and T&D or commercial and T&D. But on this one, we're trying to address the matter of the transition to the seasonal capacity construct, which happened a year ago, and we all now have a year under our belts. Of course, as we've described previously in these forums, we do share the view of MISO and MISO participants' reliability imperative and agree that accounting for the seasonal differences of availability of resources and load is important. The accreditation process leading up to this year's planning resource auction was far more organized and on time as compared to the prior year. As we kind of get into some of the construct implementation issues, you know, we've talked about before some of the things that we anticipated from this new construct. And as anticipated, the feature of the 65 tightest hours or Tier 2 hours or RA hours, depending on which vernacular you care to use, that have an outsized impact on the utility's accreditation has had the effect, as anticipated, of creating volatility in the accreditation of those resources. Winter and summer season events are pretty easy to witness, right? In winter, we have cold weather events. In summer, we have hot weather events. MISO issues various alerts that let us know that the system conditions may be tight. And we see those in LMPs very clearly. Spring and fall are not so clear in that way, and the best we can do, and the best MISO has been able to suggest, is to very carefully and continuously monitor their multi-day operating margin reports, which again leave a little mystery at times in real time as to which hours are going to end up being potentially RA hours. Another helpful thing that the generation owners have asked on numerous occasions with MISO is faster communication of RA hours at the end of the seasonal quarters, rather than one time after the summer season for the 4 preceding seasons. And that's something that I think we'll all continue to ask for helping us to plan as we go through the year. And then finally, last year, we talked about the challenge created by the 31-day limit for major planned outages under the new seasonal design. And, you know, our observation is it's challenging for us, and it seems that the Zone 5 spring and fall result highlight the impact of that feature for owners and utilities, and of course for MISO. And with that, I'll turn it over to John Biggleball.
Thank you, Aaron. Good afternoon, everyone. From a power generation perspective, we plan on completing our spring outages on June 8th of this year, and we coordinate all those outages with our commercial operations team, our planning team, and as well with MISO. And all of our outages are typically planned in the spring or fall periods. That limits, you know, the amount of capacity. Our demand is down during those periods of time, so it limits the amount of exposure to capacity shortages. In the next slide, The next slide, I want to talk about NPDES permits, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permits. This is something not necessarily new, but we have some new thermal discharge limits that are more stringent than what we're used to. Harding Street's permit actually went into effect on January 1st of this year. The permit is currently stayed as we try to resolve some potential reliability impacts to that permit. The largest impacts to the Harding Street permit occur November through April, so more of the winter period months, and they primarily impact Harding Street units 5 and 6, and each of those are 100 megawatt units, so 200 megawatts total. And then the potential impacts to those same units is about 6 days from May through August. So based off of history, if the new permit was in effect, it wasn't stayed, we'd expect about 6 forced outages during the summer months. Currently, we're not anticipating. We hope to resolve this in the next few weeks. And then Petersburg's going through the same process. Their permit renewal is expected to be issued later this year. And then Eagle Valley was renewed in 2023 with no issues. And then on the, kind of leading up to the summer months, we start our summer prep about 2 months out, and it starts really probably even further than 2 months out because it starts with our spring outages. If a unit doesn't have a planned, maintenance outage, we do take a spring outage to clean the heat exchangers, make sure all the HVAC systems are working and ventilation systems are working properly. We inspect our lightning arresters and make sure that our tornado shelters are in good working order. And we make sure that we're lined up for summer preparedness, meaning cooling fans are on transformers, et cetera. 1 week out, if there is impending weather, we do just double check the lineup of our equipment. We review our emergency action plans, verify that our radios work, and we monitor weather. 2 days out, we do the same type of inspections. And then one day out, we staff up the plant for additional people around the clock. And then in regards to supply chain impacts to generation, we have seen increased lead times on a variety of equipment. So this has the potential to delay some scheduled projects or increase repair times. We have managed pretty well through that over the last few years. This isn't something that's new. It started during the COVID times. So we have been increasing our inventories, in particular our critical spare parts. Those would be the parts that if we couldn't get would cause substantial derates or forced outages.
John, if I could interrupt, I've kind of asked this question a couple of different times because everybody's having these supply chain issues and long lead times. When does this catch up for everybody in the industry? I know it's kind of a macroeconomic question, but if everybody's having these kinds of problems, when is there an equilibrium that is hit at some point? Or is this a new business opportunity for some entrepreneur out there to start supplying you guys on a more timely basis?
I mean, I don't want to speculate. I think it will catch up. A lot of the early, probably 21, 22, when the delays started occurring, a lot of it was congestion in shipping. I think shipping has kind of resolved itself. It's just going to take probably some time to clear out. But it's kind of interesting. The industry, some of the things that we've been doing at our plants and others have been doing too, thankfully, is when we can't find a part, we borrow it from some other utility or generation plant, and we lend ours out. So that has been something that we've done a few times. But I don't know exactly when. I think it's getting better. There are some things like large transformers that don't seem to be getting better. But I'd like to be more positive and say it's tomorrow.
I used to live in Muncie where they had an ABB facility, and they used to manufacture those large transformers right there. And it's odd that we had to go international for all of that kind of equipment now. And
yeah. But currently, we're not anticipating any supply chain impacts to service. So, and I'll turn it over to Mike now.
Thank you. Yeah, we're still seeing increased lead times on a lot of, but we are seeing some improvement on like ancillary devices, insulators, brackets, the little stuff. But yeah, transformers, we're still out 3 years, which is a little bit better than what it was, but it's still long. Transmission breakers is like 182 weeks, which is 3.5 years, which again is down from where it had peaked. I think we hit some out at almost 5 years. So it's coming back, but a lot of it is there's not manufacturing capacity in this country for this big equipment. It's all offshore. And I'm like you, there's a really nice factory setting up in Muncie that could supply some of this stuff.
I think it's a storage facility now.
It's lots of different things. But no, so our sourcing group continues to monitor lead times, adjust our inventory levels to try to make sure we have what we need. Because the other thing we're seeing is an increase in construction. There's still, coming out of COVID, there's a lot of pent-up demand for commercial and residential space. So we're seeing a lot of construction. So that's driving the need for materials as well. So yeah, hopefully down the road it will start leveling out. As far as storm prep, pretty much what we've have said in the past, constantly monitoring weather conditions 7 days out through National Weather Service, Storm Prediction Center, private services. Also in there is, like the other companies, we do our annual storm drills. We did our spring drill here back in March and ran the storm response team through an exercise to make sure that they're ready for this storm season. And as things get closer, we start ramping up. As I've mentioned before, we've got 4 incident command teams. One's on duty every week. It's on a 4-week rotation, so we've got a group of people that's ready to, constantly monitoring things, ready to respond. They've kind of had a busy week this week as we've kind of watched things, and we kind of got lucky, at least here in central Indiana, that we haven't had too much. The summer presents a little bit of a challenge in that here in the Midwest, a lot of these storms, we don't get a lot of advance notice. We may not know until day of or a few hours before, so we have to have people ready to respond to those situations as well. But we can kind of watch if we see a long period of 90-degree plus weather coming in. We'll start putting additional staffing in place and be prepared for that. As far as storm operations, once things do happen, again, I mentioned we've got the incident command team that goes into action, determines what kind of storm we've had, what's the damage, is it tree damage, broken poles. That helps us determine what types of resources we're going to need and the number of resources that we're going to need. And also the organizational structure that we need to put in place, the support teams to support the folks out in the field. And then once the storm's all done, we'll do an after-action review with everybody that's been involved to kind of learn what went well, what didn't go well, what we need to adjust. And that includes both our company crew, our field crews, and our contractor crews that may have worked for us on that restoration. So we get an idea of, from their standpoint, what did they see? Were they getting the support from us that they needed? As we said before, our AMI meter structure is becoming a very valuable tool in storm restoration. It gives us notification of outages because the software that we use in our outage management system, the more calls and data that it has, the better job it can do in predicting where devices are out. So that AMI meter data comes in very handy there to give it additional data to work with. We use the AMI meters to help us during the restoration. We can ping meters to see, has that meter come back into service or is that meter still out? So we get an idea of how things are going there. About a year from now, when our new outage management system goes in service, it will actually ping the meters automatically. When we bring a fuse back in or something, it will ping some percentage of the meters downstream of that device to give us a quick check to see if those customers have come back on. That'll help us find those nested outages that occur particularly in a storm, where we think we have everybody back, and then we find out later that there was a little cluster down towards the end of the line that didn't come back. So that's going to be using the AMI data, and the new outage management system will really help us there. And then we use the AMI data after a storm to kind of verify the loss of power and restoration times. In a storm, a lot's going on. There may be multiple steps of a restoration. So we can use that AMI data to help us pinpoint for sure the times when customers were restored. That helps improve the overall KPI indices that report our KD, SAIDI, and safety indices, because we have a lot better information. So it just helps improve that accuracy of that information. On the veg management side, trees continue to be the leading cause of outages. It's more than 20% of our outages are caused by trees, both inside the trim zone, outside the trim zone, and then as a result, we're still seeing lingering effects from the Emerald Ash Borer. Now, there's a lot of dead trees in Marion County that have not fallen. A lot of those are outside of the trim area. We try to work with property owners as much as we can to let us go trim those, and we'll remove them at our expense, but trying to keep that tree, if it's dead, it's going to come down at some point. We're trying to get it before it does, and get it away from our lines. I mean, so far this year on production trimming, we've spent $7.1 million trimming trees so far year to date. And we spent about $750,000 during storms that again, storm season's not been too bad for us so far, but even at that, we've still spent $750,000 trimming trees just in the storms that we have had. So tree trimming is a major expense for us, but it's also one of the things that goes a long way in helping improve system reliability and the resiliency of our system. So we're being as aggressive as we can to try to get our tree vegetation program back up to date, back where it needs to be. With that, I will turn it back over to Aaron to.
Mike, if I could
sure.
interrupt, you were talking about the tree trim, and there's a bullet here that talks about based on the time since the last trim and the impact on the SAIDI data analytics approach. Okay, so what does that integration of those two elements mean?
Well,
how does that change the approach? I mean, has it become more safety SAIDI since the last tree trim, or?
Well, right now, admittedly, our trim cycle is out further than we want it to be. So that's having a.
This helps you get.
That has a negative impact.
Inside the trim cycle, but in reality, what does that mean? So does it err more on the SAIDI question?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's
predictable. When is there some level of predictability? I'm sorry, I'm not asking this question.
No, you're fine.
Is there some level of predictability using this data analytic as to its impact on SAIDI and SAIFI that maybe I just don't understand very well?
Yeah, there is actually. I mean, one, as we get the trim cycle back to where we want it to be, that should reduce the number of tree-related outages that occur. So that, obviously helps our customers. That helps the overall indices, because now you have less, best way to improve our indices is to prevent outages from occurring in the first place. So that those customer minutes of interruption, those customers interrupted don't go into the calculation. So that helps. The other thing that I see from an operations standpoint is I kind of watch the winds and kind of tell, there's break points that if winds are above a certain spot, we're going to see more outage. And that's a good indicator of where you are with your vegetation management program. We had gotten to where 30-mile-an-hour winds caused us a lot of trouble. We're now back up above 40, mid-40s, before we start seeing a lot of outage. And then, other things that we're doing, other programs to help, with the resiliency of our system helps as well to reduce the number of outages that are occurring.
Mike, I know you have challenges being a more urban service area than a lot of utilities are having more urban territory. What is your cycle for tree trimming, and what kind of outreach are you doing to community organizations and stuff to let them know you're going to be in the neighborhood trimming?
Yeah. We're currently on a 7-year cycle. The goal is really we want to be on 3, so we've got a little ways to go. But we follow the program that was laid out several years ago when the utilities worked with the commission on, the new vegetation program, and there's a whole notification process that's laid out in there. We follow that, and then we also do outreaches to, community groups, the neighborhood groups, to kind of give them a heads up why we're coming in, that we're going to be in there. So there's a lot of communicating that goes on well in advance of the crews going in. And I think that helps reduce the number of refusals that we get. We still get some, but I think the more we communicate with the customers before we get there, the better. The less of those, I think, we'll see.
Mike, just to add to that, I just wanted to specifically say our communications start well in advance of 2 months before we go into a neighborhood. So starting with direct letters, we've got calls going down to 24 hours out where we're leaving door hangers and actually knocking on the door. And I would say one of the most significant changes, and I think I mentioned this when we were here last year, was dedicated community outreach resources that we have to ensure that we are updating those communications, but also what more can we do to get the word out. But that's absolutely happening.
Thank you.
All right, so similar to generation and T&D operations, we do some planning as we go into these peak seasons. From a coal and gas standpoint, supply and logistics point of view, summer doesn't present the issues for us that winter does. Extreme freezing cold temperatures, ice and snow create a lot of problems that we don't experience in summer. We are well positioned for summer. We have a very robust coal inventory at our Petersburg plant. And as we've noted in our last couple of reliability forums, we have firmed up our natural gas supply reliability by adding storage capacity on pipelines or feeding our Harding Street station on Citizens, as well as adding firm transportation on pipelines feeding our natural gas generators. And really at the end of the day, for our part of the business, reliability regarding fuel supply, comes down to 3 things. Planning, of course, continual monitoring and adjustment, and then finally communication, which I think you see all represented on that slide. On slide 16, mentioned before that some of these are kind of dual T&D and gen ops or commercial ops. I'm going to talk through all of this one. If you ask me any tough T&D questions, that's 30 years in my past, so I'm going to have to kick it back to Mike. But from the impact of renewables on reliability as a topic, it's something that we have and continue to very closely and carefully study. You may recall from our most recent IRP, it included a very robust reliability analysis of the candidate portfolios, really mapping out the additional mitigations that you have to make as the number of renewables on your system or on the broad system increase. More globally, for 2024, and obviously this is going to change materially as we go forward in the future, while we and others in the state have made steps towards greening our generation portfolios, and that continues to grow. Still a relatively low number of new intermittent resources in service for this summer. For our part, in our plans, we are taking a balanced approach, including dispatchable battery resources along with our intermittent resources, and this year is a good example. Earlier this year, our 195 megawatt Hardy Hills solar facility reached full COD, and in this same year, our 200 megawatt Pike County Energy Storage Plant will be available by the end of the year. So we're trying to be very thoughtful about maintaining that balance of dispatchable and renewable resources. We do continue to execute on our IRP short-term action plan with an important eye on maintaining adequate dispatchable resources to supply our customers on the days that they need us the most. Flipping over to T&D, renewable resources do change how the system flows, and now at this stage we're talking about within the distribution system primarily, from a unidirectional to a bidirectional system, and that requires changes to design and potential upgrades to the system for additional capacity, and it also changes the requirements for protection schemes and how they're designed, particularly to account for the possibility of load being islanded, being served by renewable resources. We're back to RTO changes and impacts. We touched on those, or I touched on those a little bit earlier. MISO has signaled that we'll continue to see changes to the capacity market and issues around capacity. Of course, as the most present example has been the change to the seasonal construct and the RA hours-based accreditation. And there are discussions for future changes that will impact resource accreditation and most particularly intermittent resources. We do anticipate also that planning reserve margins will continue to be adjusted over time, and those have really significant consequences for us from both, not from multiple, more than two, I guess, from a planning, commercial, and customer cost perspective. As you know, a change of 1% or 2% when you're talking about 3,000 megawatts of load really shifts where your balance is for a particular season, and that's something that we expect to continue to see and have to deal with. In T&D, of course, we're watching how the final rules for FERC 2222, what they'll look like for MISO and how the aggregation process will work, and also how it will be managed. And then from a T&D standpoint, we're also watching how the long-range planning process will change and what and how to incorporate for renewables in our long-range plans. And with that, I will turn it back to Brandy.
And so in addition to ensuring the reliability of our system, there are a number of other ways that we're working every day to better support our customers. We understand that leading into those summer months that high bills can offer a financial challenge. And so we have a number of programs available, billing programs and assistance available for our customers to help them manage their bills. I really want to highlight the middle column of this slide, which is energy efficiency. And so I think that is our strongest avenue in terms of helping our customers better understand how they are consuming and how that impacts their bill. And this year, we have a concentrated effort on promoting our programs, and I want to highlight two key new partnerships, one of which is a new program we've rolled out called Energizing Community, which is more of a grassroots approach where we're going into our neighborhoods, community centers, senior centers, and offering customers a free cup of coffee, but also energy efficiency tips and resources. And that's something that we launched in the winter months and has proven to be very successful. In addition, we have a new partnership with Indigo. So you may have seen a Indigo bus rolling around Indianapolis with energy savings headed your way tagline on it, but we have a number of display ads inside of those buses and some of the bus shelters with QR codes that will take customers directly to some of the ways to save. And we've specifically targeted targeted many of these buses in those neighborhoods and the areas that we know where we see the highest concentration of senior citizens. So that's something in addition to the ways that you've seen us promote these very important programs in the past. And as always, how we communicate with our customers is vitally important. We're doing that in a number of ways through social media. I talked about the advertising campaigns and what we're doing with Indigo, and also those direct messages that go directly to our customers. So our Smarter Together newsletter, which is actually inserted into customer bills and bill inserts. And I'd like to leave you on this slide, which is as we think about how we can ensure that we can meet the needs of our customers, the foundation of what we do across AES Indiana is really our people, and it's the power of our people. And so as it relates to our current resources as a company, we are focused on, and you can see listed on this slide, a number of programs that we have that contribute to the ongoing development of our people, but also the attraction and retention of new employees. And the pictures on this slide highlight our newest class of line technicians. These pictures were taken just a little over maybe almost 2 months ago. And the thing I'd like to point out that's unique with this class is our newest technicians actually started during COVID. So typically, this is a rigorous program that includes hours and hours of in-person, in-classroom training, as well as hands-on experience. It normally takes 4 hours before graduation, and this ended up being 4 years, and this ended up being 4.5 years to complete due to some of the impacts that we saw in 2020. And with that, I'd like to open it up for any additional questions.
Okay. I've kind of got three. Did you have questions, Bill? Okay. Number one, I wanted to say thanks. You may have heard when I was speaking to I&M before, they had recent economic development announcements, and I know that like I&M, you and the leadership at AES Indiana have been in the room with all economic. I just think it's important to thank you for that and to be on the front end of economic development to try and help facilitate job creation wherever it's possible. The second thing, this kind of goes to what John was saying, to keep us apprised as much as you possibly can with any challenges that you have with this environmental permitting issue as well. We appreciate the briefings that you have provided the commission on these issues and any challenges going forward. And then third, I was just going to say with the EE program, I don't know if there's an opportunity. I know that you have partnered with Citizens before and continue to do so. They are doing lead service line replacement, and I don't know if that's a target audience for you for EE or not, but any partnership between utilities reaching out to those most who could benefit the most would be a good thing in my mind. And with that, I'll just say thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for the time today.
Thank you. And we are taking a 15-minute break, I believe, 15-minute break at 2:45. Then we'll be back with Wabash Valley, I think. 2:45. Welcome back, everybody, for the last phase of summer reliability presentations, but not least, obviously, Wabash Valley. And Matt, I will just turn it over to you. Just as a reminder, please speak into the microphone for those who are watching live streaming. You can bring it very, very close to you to guarantee that people are hearing. We can hear you up at the bench just fine, but I'll turn it over to you, Matt, and thank you for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. And thank you for having us this afternoon. Just quick introductions. I'm Matt Moore. I'm the Executive Vice President of Power Supply for Wabash Valley. And then with me is Albert Taylor and Joan Solar, who are both directors within the Power Supply Group, and they're going to be supporting this discussion. Before we get into the discussion topics, just want to take a couple minutes here to talk a little bit about who Wabash Valley is. We are owned by 23 distribution cooperatives. It may be something unique compared to other utilities is that our members' load is across 3 different states, so Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. We're also a little bit unique from the standpoint that we're within 6 different transmission zones. If you dig a little bit deeper as well, our load sits or resides in both MISO and PJM. So we've got 85–90% of our service territories within the MISO footprint, and 10 to 15% is up there around the Fort Wayne suburban area. So that's in PJM. And as you'll see here in the next couple slides, to serve those members, we have a diverse portfolio of resources with coal, natural gas, renewables, demand response, long-term fixed price contracts, and also cost-based contracts with other utilities in the state of Indiana. Okay, so the way we structured the discussion, really what we tried to follow the outline of questions that you provided prior to the forum. So I'll touch base, I'll kind of give you that pictorial view of what we look like going into this summer, so that summer forecast and readiness, and then I'll turn it over to Albert. He'll get into the details around our facility preparations and how we plan for severe weather events in the summer. And then Joan will pick up and talk about kind of the questions related to RTO challenges and changes, which I'm sure you've already heard today about kind of the change to the seasonal construct. That's really somewhat of the focus of that. So we're no longer planning for that summer peak in MISO. It's winter, spring, summer, and fall now. And then finally, Joan will also touch on what we're calling operational practices. This is really a discussion around workforce development and a little bit deeper dive in our programs around energy efficiency and demand response. Okay, so to get in kind of the first part of the questions, I guess, if you will, that we reviewed, really what do we look like going into the summer? And from a planning standpoint, we set ourselves up to where we really don't have exposure to the capacity market. So what you see here is our resource stack in comparison to our peak load, including the 9% reserve margin that MISO has established for this summer. And really this picture, at least from the standpoint of our capacity requirements and resources that we have to meet those needs, we don't anticipate having much of any exposure to capacity markets until the early 2030s at this point. And then in addition to that, really, when you look at our energy exposure, if you will, heading into this summer, we have roughly 87% of our energy hedged. So there, I know there was some questions around thinking about leaning on ISOs or RTOs for energy. We deliberately plan not to have that exposure or minimal exposure as much as possible. And maybe it's because it's part of our mission, is to have rate stability. And really our strategy to achieve rate stability is to have high certainty around what our capacity energy costs are going to be in any given season. So then with that, if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Albert.
Thank you, Matt. So for the next few slides, I'll kind of dig into the details of some of your questions that are more operational or facility related as far as summer preparations go. We'll start with fuel supply. For coal assets, Wabash is not the primary owner, joint owned in Indiana with Duke Energy. We don't foresee coal being an issue right now. We work weekly with them on forecasting and tracking the deliveries. We target 45 to 70 days at the facility, which we have joint ownership in, and we're at the high side of that inventory target. With respect to our Illinois coal facilities, that's a mine mouth plant. We maintain 30 days above ground to offset any issues we may have with equipment within the mine. And, again, no perceived difficulties there. Now, natural gas, obviously we can't store that on site, but Wabash works with the large suppliers on the pipes for which we have facilities connected. We're in close collaboration with them daily on lining up the fuel that we need, and going with the biggest and the ones with the best positions has served us well. And again, we don't foresee any fuel issues this coming summer. Moving on to facility preparations, I just want to note, and again, with our uniqueness, we don't have our own employees operating these plants. It's either the majority owner's staff or we've contracted with nationally recognized operating companies. Each of these entities has their own detailed summer readiness plans, personnel protection plans, emergency, tornado, heat, that type of event. And those plans are pulled out, refreshed, reviewed each year. Lessons learned from the past are brought into play. And again, should we have a impending storm or something, they'll touch those again to make sure everyone is ready. Start of the summer season, we're typically doing our spring outages. Again, that's with an eye towards making sure the facilities are ready to run through the summer peaks and through the heat. With respect to those particular spring outages, there's been a little bit of change. I know when we submitted this last week ago Friday, we are anticipating all those to be wrapped up by May 10th. We've had a little bit of issue at one plant, so we're targeting the 13th to be back. And we've got another unit that also is out for some emergent work. And right now, that all those outages should be wrapped up by the end of next week. So we should be in good shape as we go into the summer. There's a particular question regarding droughts, heats, dry conditions. I think that's probably with respect to water, river, large coal plants that might have once through cooling. That doesn't really impact Wabash. We've got one facility in Illinois where we have some thermal discharge limits, but we have procedures in place. It's a combined cycle plant with cooling towers, and we can bottle that heat up during the day and release at night. Give us a better chance at staying within our limits. And we survived the 2012 drought, if you guys recall how severe that was. Using that procedure with no issues, so at the present time, I don't think there'll be any challenges. No gas units or anything in Indiana are relying on cooling water, so we should be in good shape there. Now, if we get into particulars for plan, I'm not going to go through all these details because we're really getting down into the weeds a little bit, but I think the point I just want to make is it's the opposite of what we do in the wintertime. In the winter, we're trying to keep the heat in. In the summer, we're trying to get the heat out. Cooling equipment, whether it's your condensers, your heat exchangers on various systems, we need to make sure those are cleaned and maintained. Another key thing is keeping the electronics regarding any computer equipment, instrument and controls. We need to make sure the HVAC is functioning, and so that we don't have any kind of overheating that would cause an outage or a derate of that nature. So if I dial in on just the coal and the natural gas plants, they've got some uniqueness to them, just the way they're constructed. Again, it's getting the heat out, opening vents, opening doors. Again, with the natural gas, it's just checking our turbine inlet filters, make sure things are clean, and again, with a focus on the cooling and the HVAC and that critical equipment. Severe weather events, very timely, considering MISO had issued some severe weather alerts here on Tuesday and Wednesday with the tornadoes. I think it's just another example of our procedures. We are monitoring those RTO alerts and notifications. We communicate those to our plant personnel, and we're tracking the weather, and that's twofold. It's as those MISO notices require or really request that we curtail any unnecessary maintenance, any non-critical work, and then it's also to make sure that our employees are prepared and know where they're going if they need to seek shelter. That was evident again on Tuesday and Wednesday. Another thing we like to make sure going into the summer heat for folks that are working outside in that is they've got the proper PPE. We've got water, Gatorade, we've got the cooling tents, we got the things that they need, so we're not dealing with overheating or any kind of health issues on the part of our employees, which we don't want anything to happen to them, but then it also could cause an issue with the ability to operate the facilities. Again, some of that's the same if we were to have an event. We're following the procedures, and a lot of it comes back down to established plans. Wabash Valley Power is a very detailed emergency power supply manual, and we'll implement the procedures out of that as necessary.
Question on your preparations, Albert. How do you track that? You know, I'm thinking from a technology standpoint. You know, you probably don't use paper and pen anymore. I mean, do you have a software system that helps you, that cues you on when to do this and has it been done? Something like a software that someone goes in and says, I verified this operation. I verified this critical equipment. And then somebody can come in and do a secondary and tertiary check to make sure it was done.
You're exactly correct. We use Maximo at most facilities, and again, it's an electronic system to track preventative maintenance plans, procedures, steps. It issues work orders to the employees. They're logging their rounds and other things. Now, while they're making rounds, they might record that on paper. In some cases, we're more sophisticated with a electronic or computer or tablet or something to do those rounds. But that's what's triggering them, what time of year that needs to take place, on what frequency. I think it's just part of it, though, if it was dealing with severe storm and those types of things, those kind of personnel protection procedures, you're watching the weather, you know to pull that out. But as far as the equipment and what to do, those steps, each down to the smallest piece, have been put in that system. And hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it did. Thank you.
Albert, this may be a just general question. Wabash Valley has personnel in place. Can you describe in the summer preparation or for storms specifically how your personnel interacts with the REMCs and the distribution side when something bad happens? I mean, do you work together to help restoration at the local level as well?
I think I can kind of highlight that at a high level. And we'll start with just what's triggering that in the first place, right? Obviously, both Wabash and those co-ops are monitoring weather and getting alerts. We are part of ACES Power Marketing. I'm sure the commission is aware of. You know, they're manning desks 24 hours a day. So they're also tracking MISO, who's putting out types of notices and things. So that's the front end, right? We're getting that communication coming. If it elevates to a level that we need to start to enact the steps in our Wabash Valley Power Emergency Power Supply Plan, of which our co-ops, we do annual training with them so that they understand what their steps are in that regard. That'll come into play. We also, when Wabash moved to our new headquarters, part of that was to construct an ops center for Wabash. So we have folks 24/7 monitoring our members, their connections, their substations to the investor-owned, so that we can track outages and speed up that communication on when we're seeing an outage. So if we've lost lines, lost subs, so that can, and they'll follow the standard NERC procedures to do that, and it just better coordinates with the investor-owns on that end. Now, when it comes to actual restoration of our member systems, that's our members. We may be able to give them a hand at the subs and that, but Wabash really is not equipped or staffed with linemen and trucks to assist them in, say, line restoration. But so that's kind of the 30,000-foot level. I don't know if that's a question.
That's exactly what I was asking is, how does it work together? And starting at that high level.
Okay.
And then any challenges with contract crews or anything like that you're aware of?
I don't think at the present time, I'm probably not the right person to speak to that, because Wabash has a separate transmission distribution group that works very closely with contractors on the lines and the subs that we're building. And if we needed to shift maybe some of those folks off construction to help our member with coordination, I'm sure we would do that. That's kind of those cooperative principles that both Wabash and our members are founded on and do. And I know Joan will have, not into detail, but have a highlight on one of her slides back to the Operations Center and metrics that we're tracking on storm outages and improvements and things that we've done to help with reliability versus, and you see that improvement over time a little bit. Some of it storm related, some of it other. But any other questions maybe before I come off of here? I think we've covered most of that. you know, maybe that's timely to this too. Just looking at supply chain issues, I don't think we're seeing any at the distribution level right now. I mean, things have continued to improve coming out of COVID. You're looking at a photo here. This is another step Wabash has taken to improve reliability and assist our members with restoration. But we've built or are in the process of finishing a centralized maintenance facility and warehouse up on the northwest corner of Indianapolis, if you will, near Whitestown. That will house our mobile substations, which is key in not only our member substation maintenance, but also in restoration. We can deploy those. Shared transformer pool so that we can speed, lead time on any recovery or needs there. Some other steps we're taking to order materials early and spare parts inventory, and we needed to put a place to put that, and so that's what you see there. So I think that'll go a long way in the future towards helping with reliability and maintenance and recovery from those types of things. Now, having said, I don't think we're seeing huge issues on that side. We are starting to see lead times for both materials and shop space on the gas turbine manufacturers increase to significant levels. So that's something we need to keep an eye on, and we're currently trying to plan for as we see outages coming up in the future. You've got to get in line early. I think we're starting to see folks, I don't want to say hoard materials, if you will, but I would liken it to the COVID situation in the very beginning when you couldn't find toilet paper. I think folks, and not to be funny, but I think folks are starting to acquire inventory they normally wouldn't keep as critical spares because they know they're going to be in a bind if they don't have those on hand, or they're going to be subject to some severe RTO penalties. Whatever's driving it, I think we're starting to see that, and that's starting to percolate down for our lead time on ordering parts or planning for maintenance. And with that, I think I will hand it back to Joe, or over to Joe.
Thank you. So I'll pick up where Albert left off. He stole a little bit of my thunder. So we did open the Operations Center in 2018, and we have NERC certified operators that interface with the 6 transmission companies 24/7, as well as the RTOs and ACEs. So instead of having multiple co-ops contact NIPSCO, for an example, we have one operator that interfaces with all of those co-ops. We're able to monitor the SCADA system the same way that they do, so we can interact. We do not operate any of the breakers at this point, but we do interface very closely with them. Speaking of tracking and metrics, we have seen a 50% reduction in tree-related sustained outages over a 4-year period. Prior to the Operations Center being open, we did not have centralized data, so we're happy to see improvement and accountability and interfacing with our members. In addition, to improve reliability, we did build 1 additional substation, 2 substations, and added substation automation throughout several facilities. In terms of maintenance, we do not have responsibilities for maintaining the transmission system on a 24/7 basis. We're part of the joint transmission system with Duke, as you know, and IMPA, and Duke is responsible for O&M, and we rely on NIPSCO for our interconnections there, as well as the other transmission systems. In terms of RTO challenges, we have successfully navigated the seasonal construct transition. We continue to be engaged in the stakeholder process as tweaks continue to happen and new filings related to accreditation, especially of our thermal units, as well as intermittent resources and demand response resources. Managing unit outages longer than 31 days continues to be a little bit of a challenge in terms of planning ahead for capacity accreditation changes or influences. In addition to that, we do monitor the interconnection queue, which, as you all probably know, recently reopened, and there's an awful lot of solar that's coming in. I'm happy to see in Indiana we also have storage and natural gas units that are in the queue. We stay engaged in that process and work with the neighboring transmission partners for any planning or interconnection analysis. In addition, we remain focused on long-term transmission expansion plans. I mentioned here the long-range transmission plan for MISO. We also understand the process for PJM's regional transmission expansion plan is going through some transition. We're anxious to see what FERC says next week at the special transmission reform meeting, as well. You all probably are as well. So we're engaged in that process. One other thing that we're interested in is the expansion and evolution of distributed energy resources, and we include distributed generation, electric vehicles, energy storage, and additional load management in that bucket. And as I mentioned, stay engaged in the stakeholder process to advocate for the existing resources that we have, as well as plan for them in a load forecast. And there's an appendix slide in our deck that shows where we have large amounts of distributed generation, primarily solar, which we saw about a 200% increase over a 2-year period. So our retail members are very engaged in that process, as well as some of the co-ops have expanded distribution-connected solar facilities. In terms of workforce development, we believe our exposure for a large swath of retirements is somewhat limited. We have a wide range of ages and experience and backgrounds of our employees. We have about 100 employees. And we see that working with them closely to plan ahead has worked really well. In fact, several times someone will retire from a large IOU and then come to work with us for 5 or 10 more years. So we love it. They're able to train our employees because they understand the business. We're making improvements on training and development and really focusing on recognizing contributions as we have grown and had somewhat of a transition over the last several years. We also work with our joint owners who operate our assets that Albert mentioned. In addition, we have a focus on creating a culture of excellence, and we continue to focus on employee engagement surveys, identifying high performers and planning for succession plans. About 25% of our employees are engaged in the active succession plan process. In addition, our employees can participate in cross-functional committees. So we have a wellness committee and a fitness center. We have a fun committee. They plan activities for team building once a month for employees, and also an ambassador program for new employees to pair up with existing employees and learn the ropes, so to speak, be able to ask questions of someone that's not their boss, more open forum. We also have a program called Plugged In, and that is an orientation program for new employees and our co-op members, new employees, to learn all about wholesale energy markets and T&D, transmission distribution, soup to nuts, and also learn who people are and who to call or email if they have questions. In addition, our recruitment efforts are active. We participate in university career fairs, including Purdue and IU, as well as Rose-Hulman, Ivy Tech, and IUPUI, especially. We have an engineering internship program. We have 2 interns starting later this month. We also are developing a system operator training program to develop a pipeline, so to speak, for future system operators. Often we hire operators that are already NERC certified, so we know that's not going to continue in the future, and we need to provide that training and foundation for new employees when they come. We do offer energy assistance programs through energy efficiency and demand response. Our co-ops may have energy assistance programs on their own, but we don't really get involved in those. We highlight that all of our co-ops participate in energy efficiency through residential, commercial, and industrial programs, and about 75% of our co-ops participate in our demand response programs. In addition, every co-op has an energy advisor, and they interface with retail members on a one-on-one basis. They provide guidance related to high bill complaints or concerns, as well as what can I do in my home or my business or my barn to make things more efficient. They're quite engaged. There's a few pictures. They're in the field. They're hands-on folks, and it's really fun to work with them. They also manage the distribution outage restoration that Albert mentioned. In terms of public messaging, this is very much a part of our power supply emergency manual. We had several tabletop exercises last year and developed a subcommittee on communications. Each co-op has a communicator as well, that's their title. And so we work with them to develop the messaging and say, how does this resonate, what works? We provide templates when there is an event, and they can customize them as needed for their own local area. They do use social media as well as a Smart Hub app that most of them have through a software vendor that they have a common vendor. As a member of Boone REMC, as an example, I can sign up to get alerts and messaging if there is an outage in my area, similar to what some of the investor-owned utilities have. The outage restoration time estimated is X, your power should be back on, that type of thing. So we work really closely with our members in that area. That's it. I'll just show you the map since we have a moment. We have bubbles that show the kilowatts of distributed solar at 2,100 sites. We started tracking this more closely in the last few years as part of the OMS MISO survey process. So it's pretty good. Are there any questions? Especially for Albert and Matt.
Anthony, no questions, staff? Not sure if we've got a bunch of questions. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was mentioning this before you guys got on, so I apologize, but obviously we're living in a different day and age. And I appreciate that while we don't regulate you, that you're participating in this because we all are working for the betterment of Hoosiers, generally speaking. And any insights that you have that we should know about here at the commission, I hope that you will feel that we have an open door, that you can come through at any point in time, and especially if we're not doing something that you think we should be doing. So thank you very much, Wabash Valley, for being with us today. And I think Commissioner
Changed my mind.
Commissioner Bennett wants to ask a question.
Joan, all right, gentlemen, this is a little bit off, probably a little bit off topic, if not a lot off topic, but curious about any of your members working with EV charging systems. Are they actively looking at something like that, or are they leaving that to the private sector?
That's a great question I'm happy to address. So we are part of the Indiana Utility Group that received funding from the Volkswagen settlement with IDEM is administering those funds for public charging. We are in the process of finalizing commissioning for 4 sites. So we're working with 4 different members throughout the state of Indiana to install fast chargers. We've considered this an R&D project, and our goal is to understand the impacts to the grid as well as provide a service for EV drivers. Our co-ops have not moved beyond level 2 charging, the 240-volt charging, which many of them have in their offices to promote that local service, but none of them are moving into fast charging. The dollars for the investments are significant, and I'm not sure that the return is really there. And then there's this challenge of mobile load is not really usually members. You know, the members are participating through other utilities processes. So for example, I use the charger that Duke installed in Batesville all the time when I go see my mom in Cincinnati. I love that, you know, and we work really closely with the other 5 utilities that are involved in the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Matt, thank you. Albert, Joan, thank you very much. Stan, are you by yourself, or did you bring others with you? Holy smokes, there's a crowd.
Stan, is there anybody left in Plainfield?
You didn't think I could come alone, do you?
Is anybody left in Plainfield, Stan? No. Okay.
Not a good day for a census in Plainfield. No.
We're good. Thank you. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Those highlights are coming in really nice. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, welcome Duke, Indiana. And just to remind everybody, for those who are watching online, streaming this, please speak into the microphone. Make sure the green light is on when you are making a presentation. It's the only way folks out in interland can hear you. With that, President of Duke, Indiana, Stan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I'm Stan Penninger, the president of Duke Energy Indiana. We appreciate our time with you. I know it's the end of your day here with these presentations, so we'll try to be efficient and on schedule. Presenting with me today is Kelly Karn, our Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Policy, as well as Bill Luke, our Vice President of Midwest Generation. We have a few subject matter experts with us today as well to help answer questions if necessary, but I do want to acknowledge Beth Hennigan, our General Counsel, and Jim McClay, who is a leader in our fuels group. Also, I wanted to introduce Justin Soufan, who joined us 2.5 weeks ago. Justin will be our Vice President of Rates, replacing Brian Davey, who's retiring in June after 42 years of service to the utility. So we wish Brian well, obviously, and welcome Justin to our team. Next slide, please, Beth. You're familiar with our service territory and general metrics. I just want to make one point about our customer count. We continue with a respectable, I believe, customer addition metric in Indiana. Between 2020 and 2025, we expect to add, and that number reflects an addition of 60,000 customers, which reflects an average addition of about 1.4% per year, which it stands well, I think, with peer utilities and is keeping us busy in those areas where we're adding residential customers. So wanted to make that point with respect to this slide. I'll turn to Kelly, who will walk us through our capacity scenarios as well as MISO issues, and Bill Luke will follow Kelly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Starting out with our supply-demand balance, Duke Energy Indiana is well-positioned for summer 2024. You can see on the left side of the chart, our peak load demand plus our required reserve margin is 6,190 megawatts. And then if you move over to the right side of the chart and read it from right to left, you start off with Duke Energy Indiana's owned generation to serve that peak. We subtract out our jointly owned generation and sales, and then add back in purchase power agreements and bilateral capacity purchases. And then finally, we add back in our customer demand response capability. And that puts our final summer position at slightly more than our requirements for 2024. On the next slide, we show our projected monthly summer peak load and the resources that are available to serve it. Again, we're looking in good shape for the summer. I would note that June 2024 is slightly under the projected peak due to the planned generator outage that overlaps the spring and the summer seasons, continuing into the month of June. Under MISO's new seasonal construct, staggered planned maintenance outages so that they don't all hit either the spring or the fall maintenance periods is becoming more important. Of course, as a utility, we need downtime to be able to maintain the reliability of our generating resources so that they really are available at the higher peak times that are forecasted for July and August. This slide discusses some MISO issues that we are monitoring very closely, and there's a lot of them, so I'm not going to go into all of these. I'm just going to address a few, but if there are any that I don't touch on that you'd like to ask questions on, please feel free. First, MISO's capacity accreditation process is undergoing even more change. After we made the change from UCAP to SAC, MISO has now filed another variation, the direct loss of load methodology. Duke Energy Indiana is supportive of this move and notes that we expect that we'll have a similar to maybe slightly improved overall portfolio position under the new construct. However, this change will impact the accreditation of specific resource types. An example of that is wind resources. You will see a large change from their current accreditation of almost 40% in winter to only 16% going forward. We'll continue to engage in MISO and reflect the impact of all of these accreditation changes, as well as the impact of new federal environmental policies, such as the recent Clean Air Act regulations, in our long-term resource planning process. Another change that we're monitoring closely is MISO's proposals related to demand response load modifying resources. There's a stakeholder process ongoing right now, and Duke Energy Indiana is actively advocating for a workable accreditation policy for the customer demand response contracts and programs so that we can continue to rely on our customers' ability to manage their load. As we saw on the prior slide, Duke Energy Indiana relies on almost 600 megawatts of these resources today, and we believe that they provide real value. MISO is proposing some changes that could negatively impact this resource, such as more extensive required testing and a shorter 30-minute required response time on the part of customers that many customers may not be able to practically meet. So we're going to continue to work with MISO on that process. Duke Energy Indiana has also supported MISO's efforts to improve the generator interconnection queue process, which has suffered from significant delays in recent years due to the substantial number of projects that have been entering the queue. We, as a utility, have the ability to add generation at the site of our retired plants, which uses a quicker generator replacement process. However, given the recent economic development load additions, incremental generation will be needed on top of that, not simply a retire and replace strategy. In that case, the ability of load-serving entities like Duke Energy Indiana to enter the queue and get our results in a reasonable amount of time becomes critical. So we'll continue to be actively engaged as MISO continues to consider additional queue reform. Turning now to slide 6 in a discussion of our MISO coordination and the utility's obligation to serve. Utilities' participation in MISO provides benefits through a larger pool of generating resources and economic dispatch of those resources to increase the reliability and reduce costs for customers. However, individual utilities need to work with MISO to ensure that the grid remains reliable, which means a robust long-term planning process and a generation transition that ensures that we come to MISO with the required generation to meet our own customers' needs. In addition to this long-term IRP planning, on a day-to-day basis, Duke Energy Indiana interacts with MISO by optimizing our planned outage timing, using dynamic dispatch strategies. We ensure that we have adequate supply and transport of natural gas and coal, and we ensure the availability of our generating resources at the time that they're needed most. And we also maintain always at the ready customer demand response programs to help meet our peak load needs. Now I'll turn over to Bill Luke for a discussion of our generation fleet summer readiness.
Thank you, Kelly, and good afternoon. So I will be discussing our generation fleet, including coal inventory and gas supply. I always like to start out speaking about safety, and safety of our employees, our communities, and our environment, along with reliability, continues to be foundational to our success and certainly important to our customers here in Indiana. And that starts with a solid plan. We have a long-range planning process to optimize our outage schedules and ensure we are executing the projects that have the greatest value to our customers and have the most impact on reliability. DEI generation reliability has continued to improve year over year over the last 3 years, and we're on a good, I'd say a steady decline in terms of our outage, forced outage rate, so that reliability continues on the right trend. Some of the work we've performed this spring in preparation for the summer would include Gibson Unit 2 boiler activity, some backpass damper work you can see in the upper photograph there. That's the same work previously executed on Unit 1. Other Gibson boiler pressure parts will be replaced this spring as well to reduce forced outages, and then we executed 2 major outages on the combustion turbines at Edwardsport Station as well. And with simple cycle combustion turbine starts up 40% since 2020, the reliability of our simple cycle fleet is becoming increasingly important to our summer reliability. In support of that, A Madison combustion turbine major inspection was performed this spring as well, and we have planned approximately 45 weeks and executed 45 weeks of total outage work on our simple cycle combustion turbine fleet. All our planned outages are currently on schedule to be completed by the end of May, with only one outage carrying into June. Our summer preparedness procedures are coordinated using our work management process, with summer preparedness starting early in the year and then running through execution of the work in the spring outage season in April and May. Activities are largely focused on warm weather activities such as condenser and heat exchanger cleanings, HVAC systems, generator and turbine cooling systems, instrument air, and of course a heavy focus on personnel safety. In order to prevent unit shutdowns or derates to comply with EPA ozone season NOx compliance, we remain aggressive with catalyst replacements and planned preventative maintenance on our environmental control equipment. Every year, I think I get a question on the Cayuga NPDES permit. So I think some may recognize that last year was a challenging year in terms of the Wabash River temperature and flow, but the team managed to comply with the permit and reduce downtime and derates on that unit through that time period. Once we get into the June time period, our temperature limit goes up, our thermal discharge limit goes up from 80 degrees to 90 degrees, and it stays that way June, July, August, and September. And then we have the ability, there's 44 hours in the contract, in the permit, that we can go up to a max limit of 93 degrees in the summertime. And last year we used, just to give a sense of how many hours we used, out of those 44 hours, we used half. We used about 22.5 hours. So we still had some margin, and we like to try to maintain that in the summertime. Again, that gives us the ability to make sure that the unit is available when we need it most.
Just for edification, how many 95-degree days in a row do you have to get this high water temperature in the? I know it depends on.
Yeah, it's really more a function of the
and all
flow.
those variables. But is there any way that you can kind of generically tell us what kind of external temperatures we'd be looking at?
Typically, it's weeks. It's weeks above, I don't want to say above 90. It can be in the upper 80s and low 90s, but it's really what's happening to the north. What type of weather is happening in the northern part of the state in terms of temperatures? Are we getting any rain up in the northern? Because there's times where we get a lot of rain up to the north, and it can be in the low 90s. But if we have adequate river flow, then it's not an issue. So difficult question to respond to. But
Well, it's not the only river that's affected either, too. And I realize that what you just described is a part of the complexity of the issue, too. So northern Indiana can affect central Indiana, it can affect southern Indiana.
we do track on a daily basis. Like at the station, we monitor the different river levels up to the north as well, so we can predict, at least have some knowledge of when we expect that we'll start to run into an issue. So typically we have a couple of weeks of advance notice to really know if we're going to get into a hard spot. It's not something that would happen, in the course of a day or 2 days. It's something that we monitor.
But it does happen.
It does happen. Yep. Next slide. So regarding our coal supply, we enter the summer with strong inventory levels at all our coal stations. This would include commodities such as limestone, which you can see in the picture on the left. Strong inventory levels are primarily a result of lower than forecasted natural gas prices, of course, along with a mild winter. We continue to leverage our diverse coal suppliers and transportation providers to ensure that we can maintain those inventory levels. And although conditions are certainly better this year than they have been in previous years, we remain, I'll say, cautiously optimistic, as suppliers and transportation is not as elastic or resilient as it once was. So by adjusting our MISO dispatch price, that allows us some flexibility to maintain that coal inventory at targeted levels as a mitigation strategy. And we'll continue to use this practice to help manage the potential supply of volatility, ensure unit availability, and maximize the value to our customers. Next slide. And this slide here is probably familiar. I know we've used this in the past, and it represents a diverse supply of natural gas to Duke Energy Indiana's generating units via 4 interstate pipelines. DEI, we do utilize a gas asset manager, which allows us to buy gas either day ahead or intraday. Our asset manager schedules the required gas through contract, or we can engage the market for more competitive pricing for our customers if it's available. In addition to firm gas capacity with multiple suppliers, and it ensures delivery even in high demand periods. I'm not sure if this was discussed at all throughout the day today, but in general, I think everybody's aware that the U.S. is in a better position this summer. Our natural gas storage levels are about 21% higher than last year and about 33% higher than the 5-year average. So we're starting the summer out in a better position than we have been in years past as well.
Are you starting to see a cut in production, though, because of those oversupplies?
Yeah, Jim, what are we down to?
Yeah, so earlier in the year, we were somewhere around 106 BCF a day, and now we're down to about between 98 and 99 BCF today, so we're seeing a response from the producers. That's right.
When do you think that might
even out?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, that 21% is somewhere around 340 BCF. So that would take a lot to chop through. You know,
It's been that high for a while, has it?
yeah, it's been even higher. That's right.
It has, okay.
You know, maybe if we have a hot summer, you know, we can chop through some of that, but it's going to take quite a while, into the year maybe.
So that means that probably means prices will continue to stay stable, even though they're cutting production or cutting inventory.
Right, and I think demand's going to be picking up towards the end of the year as well, as there's some LNG facilities that are going to come online that will absorb some of that demand as well. So, and they come on between summertime and end of the year. You'll have another 3.2 BCF of demand coming online, and that's going to help.
So are you hedging a little farther out than what you normally would?
Our program goes out 3 years, so we're following our program, and yeah, we're taking advantage of every dip we can. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. So in summary, we have a positive outlook for the summer of 2024 as it relates both to coal inventory, our natural gas supply, and our overall fleet reliability. Stan, I'll turn it back to you if there's no further questions.
Thank you, Bill. I want to acknowledge the staff and Consumer Counselor's Office that's with us today, too. Thank you for your time and attention. Turning to operational related issues, we have certainly stayed focused on our vegetation efforts on both our transmission and distribution circuits. For transmission, we continue to deploy aerial monitoring that uses technology to deploy a threat and condition-based program targeting grow-in and fall-in threats for removal. On the distribution circuits, we continue to achieve our 5-year trim cycle goal, equating to 3,200 miles addressed on our system on an annual basis. Our targeted hazard tree eradication efforts outside transmission and distribution easements, where we've effectively worked with neighboring property owners to remove over 150 unhealthy trees since 2019. The transmission-related program for hazard trees has concluded for now, but on the distribution side, we'll continue those efforts for the foreseeable future. And these efforts are paying off. Our overall SAIDI, as well as tree-related SAIDI, excluding major event days, have improved by 30% and 48% respectively since 2019. Additionally, the number of customer interruptions and customer minutes interrupted reflect material improvement, with reductions of 13% and 27% respectively in 23 compared to 2019. I'm also proud to report, and this impacts the Commission, that we've seen continued improvement in our customer and neighboring property engagement associated with vegetation management practices. Our IURC inquiries and complaints continue to decline. We experienced 20 of those matters in 2023 compared to 46 in 2020. I'd also like to address our efforts to limit outages and speed restoration. Through our TDIS programs, the utility has invested $1.6 billion over the years on our electric grid, with many of those programs, as you're aware, geared towards reliability efforts. Notably, self-optimizing grid technology that has helped prevent more than 185,000 power outages since 2020. We've also undertaken an aggressive wood to steel pole replacement program. We're constructing concrete dead-end structures on our 345 kV infrastructure, which has proven effective in preventing significant cascading effects with those towers. In the past few years, through the TDIS program, we've installed 72 of those concrete dead-end structures on the system, with another 13 to be completed over the course of TDIS 2. With respect to AMI and its impact on storm recovery, I think a good example is last summer's midsummer event, late June, early July. Over those 5 days encompassing that event, our teams pinged over 17,000 smart meters to validate if power had been restored. Through that process, more than 3,000 outage tickets were closed or avoided without having to roll a truck. And in the area of continued supply chain constraints and long lead time material for components, our decision to create an otherwise off-limit storm-related equipment reserve has proven to allow us to respond to storms in a more quickly and efficient fashion. Turning to slide 11, another slide that you have seen in the past, laying out the aligned response for Duke Energy for generation, demand response, transmission, distribution, and customer service for both major storm as well as extreme heat events. We utilize an incident command structure for our major event responses and a protocol checklist based on lead time. Our Midwest incident commander for such events, Clint Carnahan, is with us today. And we benefit from the work of 5 company meteorologists that are continuously monitoring and providing weather updates for us. To take you through a typical weather event, as you're aware, we don't always have advance notice like we do in the Southeast for hurricanes, for example. So event response can be 24 hours for pop-up events, which we experienced just this week in Indiana, or several days for longer lead events. We don't necessarily follow a rigid timeline that we use for these events, but we react by continuously updating plans in response to updated weather data. Once a potential event is identified, we initiate daily situational awareness calls with meteorology to monitor the situation. We did that also this week. We used established T&D checklists that range from 120 days to 120 hours to 24 hours, depending on event lead time as process guidelines. We use a proprietary tool called Stormcaster that models impacts and outages and predicts the number of resources needed for restoration. We are continuously evaluating an event as it happens, notably wind speeds and amount of rainfall, both of which can certainly impede restoration efforts. We monitor broken poles, broken cross arms, spans which may be down, as well as vegetation impact of the event. We use this information to ensure we have the appropriate resources, both material and labor, along with the right type of equipment, buckets, line trucks, backyard machines, and various track equipment to effectively do the work. On slide 12, we provide a supply chain update. We have found material availability in 2024 to start off strong, approaching pre-pandemic levels. Pad mount transformers continue to be constrained, with international supply providing some relief in 2024. We expect that it'll be the latter part of 2024 before we catch up with our customer demand for those pad mount transformers. Efforts continue to support our generation fleet as well on the supply chain side, including planned and unplanned outages. Several areas have been identified in Bill's group where we are intentionally increasing inventory as a risk mitigant for long lead times to ensure unit availability. I'll turn to our communication efforts on slide 13. Beyond the operational component of restoration, customer and local stakeholder communications are critical to a successful restoration effort, and it's an area that I believe we've seen some of the most advancement in the last few years. It's also one in which I have heard firsthand from customers that they appreciate while having an ever-growing level of expectation. We use a variety of one-way communications, which are depicted on the slide. During major events, we also stand up social media response team that allows for two-way communications between trained Duke Energy Storm responders and our customers. Over the duration of the event, we communicate restoration efforts and updates to our customers through the communications mechanism that best suits our customer. Importantly, we provide advanced messaging when we feel as if the forecast is threatening to our electric service. Special emphasis is placed on notifying customers who rely on life support equipment, as well as medical facilities, nursing homes, and other critical facilities. These groups of customers are delineated in our customer roles and receive both text messages as well as outbound calls, alerting them to incoming weather threats and tips on how to stay engaged with the utility over the course of the event. Our 9 community managers are also aware of these critical facilities and highly engaged with those facilities both before and during the event. On page 14, we note our energy efficiency and demand response programs, and certainly be pleased to answer questions with respect to any of those programs and data points. However, for a more granular focus on what we're doing for customers struggling to pay bills, I'll turn to slide 15. I'll initially highlight our continuing effort with our Customer Assistance Fund that we call Share the Light, as well as a weatherization investment that we have undertaken with IHCDA to allow homeowners in our service territory to ultimately be eligible for energy efficiency programs, two areas that we spend a large amount of time and effort in working with both sister agencies as well as our customers. I want to highlight the Neighborhood Energy Saver Program, which we began in 2022, where we target low-income customers who are invited and oftentimes recruited to allow for insulation, air and duct sealing, and smart thermostats to be deployed in their homes. We kicked off our latest effort just last month in Madison, where 1,300 Duke Energy Indiana customers will receive a home energy makeover. I'm also proud that we have established an effective centralized agency team as a single point of contact for utility assistance agencies. Our goal is to ease the process for customers obtaining EAP funding, and the success of the program is evident as EAP funding has exceeded over $15.5 million in 2023 and more than $12 million just here in the first quarter of 2024. Good progress on that front. Additionally, beginning in 2023, late 2023, and continuing on into 2024, the utility is partnering with social services agencies in over 38 of our service territory communities to aid financially vulnerable customers, including foundation grants, food drives, and social service fairs. At these events, and I think this is important, our customer service representatives are available and able to assist customers with their bills, to help them sign up for federal and state funding, including EAP assistance, and to provide them information on our energy efficiency programs that will help reduce their energy burden going forward. To date, we've hosted 20 of those events, again, in all areas of our service territory, and we've touched over 5,000 Duke Energy Indiana customers. Finally, on the workforce front, obviously, I'm sure like you've heard today, a major area of focus for us, attraction, training, and retention of our employees, our everyday events, recruiting top talent, system-specific training with an emphasis on safety, and retention efforts through various means is occurring in all corners of our service territory. I certainly have observed a younger, energetic, and engaged workforce at our utility. I think it's up to the leaders that you see here with you today in this room, as well as other leaders throughout Indiana, to keep that momentum headed in the right direction, and we're certainly committed to doing that. So in conclusion, thank you again for the opportunity to be with you. I trust that the presentation and the answers to the questions you've posed, I hope, convince you that Duke Energy Indiana is prepared to serve our customers and communities over the summer months.
Commissioner Bennett has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Penninger, thank you, and congratulations to your team, especially on that Madison project, the Energy Saver program.
That's 10% of the population down there, isn't it?
Sounds about right. Yeah. It's ambitious. It's a good program.
Yeah. The bullet point right below that is, I'm sorry, 2 bullet points below that on slide 15 is the home builders. And I don't need specifics on it today, but since my time here on the commission, I've had conversations with several builders.
Absolutely.
From around the state, and I'd be interested in more information about that.
I hope it's been positive.
Well,
maybe not. It's an important area. You know, we started this, I would guess, 4 years ago in response to many home builders who are frustrated with scheduling some of our practices. You know, so we not only began to meet with them, and there happened to be, you know, there's been substantial legislation in this area as well over the years. So we began to meet with them, and we decided to create a standalone area in our customer care area devoted to Indiana home builders. And the feedback I have had has been very positive with respect to the reactionary time, the planning that has gone into it. And, you know, a lot of our home builders, I'm proud to say, know their contact by first name and know to call them when they are beginning a project.
I can say that DEI was not brought up in the conversation. It was probably one of your other peer group, but anyway, I think that's a good program, and I'd like more information. I'd like to go back real quickly to slide number 5, and I think Kelly, you were on deck. You were on the mic for that. We've heard several of your peers talk about this 31-day rule. Have you proposed solutions to MISO about that?
Yeah, so the 31-day rule, it sounds like you've heard about it before today, so I won't go into too much detail on what it is, but essentially outages that are longer than 31 days can be challenging in terms of our accreditation going forward. Yeah, and there can be charges associated with that, and it's been a challenge, and it's really taken a good group of people within the company coming together. Those who, in Bill's team and the generation side, who are planning these outages. This is just another factor that they have to take into account when they're trying to plan planned outages. How many are there now in a season? And, you know, can you break an outage that's 31 days up into potentially crossing a season so that you can avoid some of the financial ramifications of outages being longer than 31 days? So it takes a lot of planning on our part. We understand the theory behind it, but we're working with MISO and always trying to optimize for our customers from both a reliability standpoint and an economic standpoint, kind of balancing those two so that we're in the best compliance we can.
What solutions or what potential solutions have you proposed?
I don't know that we've really proposed huge solutions there. One part of the rule that we think is due for a change is that there are not any exemptions for planned D rates on units. And our gas turbine generation outages in particular, you can continue with one turbine while the other one's down. Edwardsport's like that. And so those are considered D rates and not outages, and therefore even outages or D rates that are less than 31 days don't have exemptions associated with them. So that's one thing that we've been talking with MISO about and pushing them in as they're going through these accreditation changes to make some changes like that would benefit our customers.
So I should probably know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. do the penalties ultimately fall on the ratepayers if you go over the 31 days and you're penalized?
Yeah, there's two things that can happen if you're hit in that situation. One, you can physically provide more capacity during that season when your outage is longer than 31 days. So you can physically procure more generation, find a replacement generation essentially. And so that's one option. And then the other option is there is the capacity non-compliance charges. And so I don't think we've been in a position yet, and it's only been, I think, a year that we've had this in place, so we haven't been in a position to have any of those charges yet at Duke Energy Indiana, but I would think that the rate making for that would flow through something like our Rider 70 filings probably and be addressed in that forum.
Any consumer counselor questions, staff questions? Well, let me just add this. I mentioned this to several of the other utilities that have been here today. Number one, we're here for summer reliability, and that is good news. You're prepared for this summer, meet your obligation to serve, and you don't see any big issues. Sounds like the coal prices and the gas prices are pretty good, and will stay that way for at least a while, and so all of that is good as well. We've had several talk about the intersection with economic development and some of the challenges on the horizon. Very pleased to hear that folks are in the room with economic development projects. I know there's been a number of announcements inside your service territory as well, and I think that's an incredibly important ingredient to not only the success of the communities for which you serve, and the utility, but for the state of Indiana. So thank you for being there and working through either your 9 coordinators or you personally and the teams involved in economic development. I think that's incredibly important. And then also, please keep us posted as any engagement with the river temperatures. We're very interested in understanding what may or may not be happening along that line. You're not the only utility that's impacted by that kind of thing, but you have an obligation to serve your customers too. And when it hits you hardest is when you're needed the most, which is in the heat of summer, when senior citizens and those who are most vulnerable need temperate temperatures. So I know there's a potential contradiction there, so we would love to be kept informed as those challenges are arising.
Thank you. Will do.
Anything else? Thank you for being here, and you have back the rest of the time, and good afternoon. And for those in internet land, thank you for being with us for the Summer Reliability Forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.